performing in Queens this summer.
It's the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves. So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. It's the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beats to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat goes shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show. Hot topics, beats and the glow. You rock it with a Miss Knockout. Let's go.
Welcome to the Miss Knockout Show. How is everybody doing? All right. Yes. What? Hey, Teresa. Risa, what you typing over there? Hey, finger licking. What's up, finger licking? What's up? We got my face to the booksies, people. All right. Teresa's in the building. Everybody come on in. It's the Miss Knockout Show. How is everybody doing? All right. Let's go. Let's hit it on the B to the G to the I to the O, baby. All right. Let's get it. Yeah, so everybody come on in. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the live. We got a lot to talk about today. All right, we got a lot to talk about. So everybody come on in. The first thing I want to talk about is the scientists, right? The scientists that's going missing, right? And let's see. I want to I forgot how to do the lottery. I forgot how to do the lottery, y'all. How do you do the lottery again? I gotta ask somebody on Bigo gotta tell me how you do the lottery. How do you do the lottery again? I don't remember. But anyway, everybody come on in. All right, we got a lot to talk about today, so let's share the room out. If you're up over on the Tubesy, give me a thumbs up. Facebook, share it out. Twitchy, itchy. We're on Kixies, and we're on Xies, and we even on Link to the Den. Right? We even on Link to the Den. So everybody come on in. Right? So I hope everybody's good and everybody's doing fabulous. All right? And everybody is let's see. I don't know. I gotta ask what's the name? How you do a fan? I want to do a fan club. How do I do a fan club again? How do I do it? I don't know how to do it. I gotta figure it out. Okay, maybe I gotta chat GTP. I gotta wait for Elevated to come over here. All right, everybody, come on in. I'm Miss Knockout, and we're gonna get started. Okay, what I do is hot topics, news, viral stories, court cases. So if you into like the court channel and all those things, you're gonna love it over here. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it. Somebody on Bigo, tell me how you do a lottery. How do you do a lottery in your room, yo? How? How do you do a lottery? I wonder. Ooh, the tapper works on B to the IGO, y'all. That works on B to the IGO. Is it up top? Let's see. Member, Sipsis, no. I think is it that? Fan group? Fan mail, just no. Damn, I forgot a lot of things. I forgot how to do a lot of things on Bigo. If anybody's on Bigo, Tell me how you start a fan lottery in the room. Can I start a fan lottery in my own room? No, I want to do it. I want to do it through this. I don't know how to do it, y'all. All right, I gotta wait for Elevate to come on in and do it. All right. So everybody come on in. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. All right. What's up? Mac Life is in the building. Charlie Meekins is in the building. I almost call you Charlie Mac. That's a cute name for you. Charlie Mac. Wow, wow. That's a fly name. Right? Charlie Mac. Charlie Mac. All right. So first on the agenda, we're going to talk about these scientists that went missing. Now, I discussed it yesterday I stayed on Bigo yesterday, right? Somebody on Bigo, tell me how you do a fan lottery. Like, what do I press to do a fan lottery? Tell me how I do it. Because I don't know. Okay. I haven't been over here in a minute. So I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss. So everybody come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the live. I'm your host, Miss Knockout. All right. Everybody come on in. So the first thing on the agenda, like I was saying, is we're gonna talk about um these let's see. We're gonna talk about these fan lotteries. All right. We're going to talk about these, not fan, we're going to talk about these scientists that went missing. And what they all have in common is that they work for NASA, they work with aliens, they work with nuclear science, right? They work with nuclear science. And we're going to talk about it. All right. Now, each of these science, I'm going to go down to the list. Okay. The scientists went missing from 2022 to 2025. All right. These scientists went missing. And one of them that we're going to focus on, I'm going to read through the names and tell you their titles and what they did. But the one we're going to focus on is one of the youngest scientists. She was 34. Right? And she was an anti-gravity researcher. She was developing an apparatus that could float and levitate. I heard some strange things about them. Yeah, Red. Hey, Tiffany. Yeah, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. Welcome, welcome to my people. Everybody keep tapping, tapping, tapping. So one of the scientists, which is the young one, she knew that she was being followed, and she made friends with this guy, and she told him, and we're going to listen to it, that if anything happens to me, it's not a suicide. Read between the lines. Okay, I'm changing the word around. It's not a suicide city. All right. And so she wound up getting unalived, right? And he's speaking out, and one of the things, right? One of the things that she was also developing was energy. She was developing something, and what they're gonna say it, she was developing something, right? That some kind of I don't know if it was a liquid or gas or something, right? And hold Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to set something up. Hold on. And you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to get gas, right? You wouldn't have to get gas, and you just use it like anything that you develop that we don't have to go to the gas pump and buy gas, right? Or we don't have to go and buy oil, or we don't have to buy jet fuel, right? Anything like that, they want to take you out because now you messing with the money. You messing with big money. Fuel is big money. That's why they over there fighting about oil. That's why that man that starts with the T is trying to get everybody's oil. That's why he's trying to get everybody's oil, right? Because it's worth a lot. So one of the scientists, and there's another little boy that did it too. He developed something that you don't have to use gas for your car. You could just drop. Imagine if you could drop a pill in your gas tank, right? You drop a pill in there, or you drop a cup full of something, and then your car runs for 6 months, 2 months, or a year. Well, they don't want that. That's almost like you curing cancer. That's almost like you curing cancer. They don't want that, right? They want you to keep paying for gas. They don't want you to find a solution to, to breast cancer and all these diseases. They want to keep poisoning us and treating us. You eat the bad food, you get sick, you go to the hospital, you get treated with all this medicine. You know what I'm saying? One of my cousins lost almost 40 pounds. And when she lost the weight too, and I'm also losing weight, right? And once she lost it, she was on high blood pressure and all these different things. And once she lost the weight, once she lost the weight, she was didn't have high blood pressure no more. Once she lost the weight, she didn't have high blood pressure no more. She didn't have all these diseases brewing. Once you start gaining weight from all this bad food, hey Kim, right? I seen the young guy. I think he's using plastics to create fuel. Yeah, right. And then he disappeared, didn't he? He disappeared, right? So the young boy who was in school and won all these awards for developing fuel uh, um, disappeared for a while. Then he came back when he was older, right? Because they target these people when you know too much, right? You sit on here. One guy was on here one time. I partnered with him. I don't know if it was on Bigo or it was on the clock. And he was telling me all this stuff to cure everything. And the people in the comments was like, all right, you better stop talking. You better stop talking. You know what I'm saying? But they got all natural herbs or whatever. But I'm finishing up my post I'm putting up of what I believe the year 4000 is going to be like. And one of the things I believe in the because in the year 4000, all of this grimy stuff is going to pass. It's going to be a turn of events where humanity it's going to be all these people, like every 100 years, we live like an average of every 100 years, the planet shifts. And then the one phase of people is, going to the upper room or wherever they go. And then, the world is taken over by the youngins, the YNs growing up. And one of the things I believe in the change of events going forward in the year 4000 is that they're going to no longer want to make us sick, right? They're going to develop stuff to keep us well, but you got to pay for it through your coverage, and it'll probably cost a lot, right? So say your high blood pressure, you go to the pharmacy, it costs you, $50 on your insurance, right? To get your medication for, a 30-day supply, 14-day supply, whatever. right? So I believe in the year 4000, they're going to have an implant that they implant in you, right? And you got to pay for it through your health insurance, right? A one time fee. They might set up a payment plan because it's going to be really expensive. And they're going to implant something in you. And when you get sick, as soon as you get sick, the implant is going to assess what's going on in your body, right? And then it's going to disperse the medicine, right, to make you better. You know what I'm saying? If you got cancer developing, then it'll disperse medicine to knock the cancer out. That's my vision, and that's what I'm conjuring up in my head. You know what I'm saying? So suppose I was a scientist and I developed that right now. You know how many people will be after me? The government, this person, that person, because I am a threat to big pharma. You're a threat, right? What's up, crimes? Hey, so let's get into it. So the scientists, what are these scientists' names, right? Shout out to my people on the Y to the Tubesy. Make sure you give me a thumbs up over here. We had 22 people in the room yesterday, Charlene and y'all. And I knocked my tablet and stuff and hit my because I keep my keyboard right here, right? The tablet fell off. It hit the keyboard and it knocked me off of the YouTube. I said that wasn't nothing but the devil. That wasn't nothing but the devil, y'all, right? And then it knocked me off a line. It knocked me offline. And I was like, wow, yeah. So it's all good in the hood, though. It's all good in the hood. Yeah. So I didn't put the tags in the broadcast, but it's all good. So maybe we'll get 22 people again. Oh, look, it's 4 people. Welcome, y'all. Everybody gives a thumbs up. Share it out to your peoples and them. All right. Crimes is here. Everybody's here. So right now, everybody coming in the room, we're talking about these scientists, right? We're talking about these scientists that all of a sudden mysteriously disappear, right? And now they're trying to look into like what's going on with these scientists. Like why these scientists disappear? Like what's up with that, right? And so uh exclusive gift off 3 diamonds off. Okay. All right, so what are the names of these scientists and what did they do? Okay, so before we go to the clip, let's go through the names of these scientists and what did they do. And ironically, a lot of these scientists did the same and worked in the same area. Okay, that's when you know it's something. It ain't nothing but the devil, Sean. It was nothing but the devil. The devil said Knockout's doing good. She got 22 people in the room. Okay, let me knock something off the table to knock her off a line. Boom. Gone. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, one, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 scientists I got here, right? 11 scientists. So all of these scientists were unalive. All right. So we got Michael Neil McCaslin, a retired Air Force Major General. He was 68. He went missing February 27th, 2026. He walked out of his Albuquerque, New Mexico home without any phone, glasses, nothing. Right? When you walk out of your house, what do you grab? You grab your keys. You grab your phone. You grab your wallet. Who walks out of their house and don't grab nothing? That's suspect, right? Then I'm trying to figure out something real quick, y'all. Okay, let's see. Hold on, y'all. How do you do this? And then, right, he walks out of his Albuquerque home, New Mexico. He disappeared, never to be seen again, right? Without his phone, without his glasses, and he was a former AFRL commander, right, with the UFO program ties, right? Hey, Shirley. Hey, everybody coming in. Welcome to my live, y'all. Come on in and get this doggone news you can use, right? And thank you, Slay. Monica Jacinto Reza, aka Monica Reza. She was 60 years old. She worked for NASA, JPL Aerospace Material Engineer. She was missing since June 25th, and she disappeared on a hike in Los Angeles, California National Forest. Angeles National Forest. Melissa Cassius. She was 54 years old. She was from she worked at Los Alamos National Lab employee, right? She was missing since June 2025. Anthony Chavis, 78, a former Los Alamos construction foreman. Okay, so now we got two people. Okay, two people from the Los Alamos National Lab. Red flag. Is it a coincidence that two people are unalived from the same company? Right? So Melissa went missing. So these people were missing. They were never found. The ones I'm reading. It's a correction. Let me correct. William, Neil, Monica Jacinta Reza, Melissa Cassius, and Anthony Chavis, they are all missing. Meaning that they've been missing. When you're missing for a year, right, and you never come back to captivity, that's a red flag. And I'm sorry to say what might be happening, but it's sad, but it's true. Because who goes missing for a year and never contacts their family or friends again to say that they're okay? 9 times out of 10, it's a wrap. You like my glasses? Thank you. I thought this was gonna be colorful stones, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. I deal with it. I can live with it, right? But I wanted this to be colorful stones, right? But these are my reading glasses. Yeah, very scary and sad. Very scary and sad. They're cute on you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you so much, Jen. Yes. So they've been missing this long. It's sad to say. 9 times out of 10, it's a wrap. So Anthony Chavis and Melissa Cassiles work for the same company. Now she went missing June 2025, and Anthony went missing May or June 2025. Is it a coincidence? I don't think so. Then we got Steven Garcia, 48-year-old government contractor with security clearance, and he went missing August 2028. Come on in, yo. We're talking about these missing scientists that work for NASA that was developing things, and they picking them off. All right. Michael David Hicks, 59, and he worked for NASA, JPL Planetary Science. He was unalive July 2023, and it was reported as heart disease. Frank Marwald, 61. He also worked for NASA JPL Space Research. He was a space research engineer, and he was unalive July 2024. So now look, Frank Marwald and Michael David Hicks works for the same company. just like the other people. See, this is proven that this is not a coincidence that these people died unalive. All my people on Bigo are redoing re-reporting the story I did last night because my other people on the other platforms didn't get to see it. So this is a rerun for y'all. For some of y'all. I don't know if all of y'all was in my room last night. Who was in my room last night when I was reporting on the scientists? I'm talking to the B side, not y'all. Stand down. Who was in the room last night on the B app when I was talking about the scientists? Well, you just hear it again. Very interesting thing. We're talking about these scientists that went missing. All right. Deshaun was in there. Hey, Deshaun, I'm back over there, Deshaun. What's up? Kim is here. Hey, I'm back over here. What's up? What's up, Blue Lotus? What's going on, Blue Lotus? How are you? Yes. So, we're talking about these missing scientists today. All right. There's a lot of strange things going on. And one of the scientists was developing something for us to use less energy. And they don't like that. You know what I'm saying? In my example I use, suppose I invented, I say, hey, I came online and I said, hey, y'all. So I invented this pillification, and you drop it in your gas tank and boom, you get gas for a year. Or you could buy different tablets so you could get gas for the week, you could get gas for the month, you could get gas for 6 months, and you could get a tablet for a year. Right? So you buy how many tablets you want. Right? So if you get tablet for a month, right, then it costs you like, maybe $200 for the month. I'm just hypothetically, right? So I come out and say, yeah, I got this pill. You drop it in your tank. You got a full gas tank it runs for 1 month, $200, right? Or what's 4 times 30? Well, how much? Wait, let me ask y'all this. Who got a car? How much does it cost to fill your gas tank up for the week? If you got a car, how much does it cost to fill your gas tank up for the week? Thank you, Deshaun. At $4 and change, okay? How much does it take to fill up your gas tank? And how long does it? Okay, $75, $50, $160, $50. Wow. What kind of car you got, Blue Lotus? Blue Lotus, what kind of car you got? $160. Wow. $20 will last you a month. What kind of car you got, Zoe? Zoe, what kind of car you got? Zoe said $20 will last her a month in her car. Y'all need to get the car that Zoe got. Y'all need to get that car. What kind of car you got, Zoe? A 2025 Range Rover. Okay, so you got a Range Rover. Okay, now, Blue. Okay, now, Blue. Now, come on through now, Blue, with the Range Rover now. Wow. And what kind of car you got? A Toyota Yaris. I really don't go anywhere. Oh, okay, so that's why she don't really go nowhere. Okay, she don't really go nowhere. Okay, so how could she have a Range Rover? No. The Range Rover is $160. Red. Zoe says she's $20, and she says she don't hardly go nowhere, and she has a Toyota Yaris. Right? Okay, so now let's take the Range Rover. Let's take the Range Rover. Let's take Blue and the Range Rover. 160. Let's say $100, $160 a week, right? Or let's round it off to $100 a week, right? That's $400 a month, right? But I develop a pill, right? That now Blue could pay $100 for the month, or $200 for the month. And all you got to do is drop it in your gas tank. Right? So I come online and I say, hey, y'all, I'm a scientist. And I got a pill that Blue could drop in her gas tank and ride for a month. And all the powers of be that will be in a frenzy right? Because what is that going to do? That is going to put a dent in the money at the gas tank. Why am I going to get gas if Knockout got a pill that you could drop in the gas tank and all I got to do is pay $100 for the month and I could go where I want? So they going to want to get me out of here and get rid of that pill so they can continue draining your pockets, right? So all these scientists were working on something or doing something that either somebody wanted. I believe the young girl that's 35, she was the one who was developing the energy to save energy thing, right? But she was also developing a weapon that could cook you from the inside out, right? She was developing a lot. She only 35. I'm like, when did she start college? When she was 35 years old, and you were a rocket scientist. So these are the people that are unalive. We got Mike David Hicks. He was 59. Okay. He thank you, Deshaun. Hey, Caprico. Thank you so much, Capricorn. That's Capricorn. Hey, Capricorn. We're talking about these Mrs. Scientists today, so get with it. So Michael David Hicks, 59, he was worked for NASA, GPO planetary scientist. He was unalive July 2024 from a reported heart disease, right? You know that they could give you something to make you look like you have another illness. And when they do the autopsy, I do believe they got it. All these doctors out here, they know what time, they know how to do a lot. Frank Mollywald, 61, he was a NASA JPL space search engineer. He worked at the same place that Michael worked, right? Carl Grillmer, 67. He was a Caltech astrophysicist with NASA ties. He was affiliated with NASA. He was pumed and unalive February 2026 on his porch, and the suspect was arrested. After we go through this young scientist stuff first, I want to go through Carl Grillmore, and I want to see who the suspect was that unalived him and why, right? Then we got Nuno F.G. Lorerio. He was 47. He was young too. Wow. When did these people start school? He was an MIT plasma fusion scientist. I don't even know what that is or what that's even dealing with, right? A plasma fusion physicist. Does anybody out there know what that is? What is a plasma? We're going to look it up we're going to look it up while we're listening to the clip because I'm curious. What is a plasma fusion physicist? They must get paid. It sounds like they get paid a lot of money. They get paid a lot of money. Plasma is blood. Okay. So it's dealing with blood. So he was a scientist dealing with blood. So he's probably dealing with cures and stuff like that. I'm willing to bet. Something having to do with blood. Plasma is fine inside your body. Okay. Yeah, I know that. I know plasma is like, fountain blood in your body. But the fusion part is throwing me, right? And then we got Amy Eskridge, 34, an anti-gravity researcher, and she was unalived 2022, and they ruled it a suicide after she called her friends and told them, hey, thank you. Thank you. Situation is back. Situation, I'm going over the story again because my other platforms didn't hear the scientist stuff. So we're going over the missing scientists again. But today we're going to go deeper into it. Yesterday I didn't go that deep into it because I was online for a long time and I wanted to get off, get me something to eat and all of that, and I was on live all day, right? So we are rerunning this story. So welcome back, everybody. All right, everybody, keep tapping and keep sharing. Now, a situation. Let me ask you something. How do you start a fan lottery in a room? Is it in the gift box? I want to tell my friend. My friend is signed up and she's on Bigo. She's in my page, right? And I forgot how to do it, so I can't even tell her how to do it. Is it in the gift box? Because she dropped a treasure box, but I told her that's not it. I want to run a fan lottery. Put in the comments how to do it, if you can, please. All right? If you know how to do it, or anybody else over here. I'm just coming back, so I got to refresh my memory with a lot that's going on. But you can look at my stats and tell me I ain't new. You could tell I ain't new to this. You could tell I ain't new to this. I got 145,000 followers on Bigo. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we was getting it in. All right, so let's start this clip. And the main focus we're going to talk about is the young scientist, Amy Eskeridge. And then we're going to go through a couple more things about these scientists that are missing. What are the similarities? What are the possible reasons that they're getting rid of them? Like I said, if anybody popped up today and said, hey, y'all, I got the cure to cure all the cancers in your body. You take this pill, and as soon as the cancer starts brewing, it wipes it out. You better be careful, because they're going to want to get rid of you. You know how much money they're going to lose? Right? You on Bigo? I'm going to go follow you there. Oh, yeah, you are Blue Lotus? Yeah, follow me. We're going to have fun. I'm back. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. Yeah, it's a long story why I left. Long story why I left. You know what I'm saying? But, when I get on and one of the reasons why I didn't come back to the Bigo app, right, is number one, at the time, only the messy people got paid over there. It was hard for me to get support, right? But I came back and I'm getting support because people want to see something different. They're like, oh, she's doing hot topics in the real world. Or we can watch something that we can really want to know about. We want to know what's going on. We want to know celebrity tea. Everybody don't want to hear about people on the app all the time. And there's people already doing that. We got Charlie. We got all these people that's already doing that, right? And so it's changed a lot, Blue Lotus. Come back with me, Blue Lotus. It's changed a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's changed a lot. But yeah, I remember you. Let me follow you back. I remember you was over there. You was a businesswoman over there, right? Right, Blue Lotus? I remember you perfectly. You was on business over there. You was on business. Didn't you have an agency? I remember you. You had an agency. Me and you spoke before. Right? But now it's changed again, right? Because now people are sick of the messy mess and they want to watch something different. They want to watch something different. You know what I'm saying? So I came back yesterday. I got on 2 stars. I was amazed. I was like, wow. I'm still in my family. I'm in the Ruthless family. I like them. I'm not leaving. I wouldn't leave Marlon, right? I mean, never say never. Somebody might give me an offer I can't refuse, right? But I don't want to leave Marlon. Marlon is such a great person. I don't know what's going on for him because I left. But I'm going to go, when I see him live, I'm going to go back and talk to him. Thank you, Debs, right? But they wasn't messy. It was not a messy family. They was all about money. If I needed dragons, they came through. You got to pay them back. But they came through if I needed a dragon for PK, right? And, and it's just I like that family. I like it. I don't want to get in the messy. I was in Jason Lee's family. I'll stop right there. You know what that was like? It was messy boots. It was messy boots. Jason was running amok on there. I love Jason too. Man. Jason is my guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so he's into politics now. You know what I'm saying? I like all the big people over there. 21, I'm the only one that 21 listens to. Watch when I line with 21. Her whole attitude changed. She got some sort of different kind of respect for me. Like she reads into me and I'm not like the rest of the people. You know what I'm saying? I really want to do music with 21. I really want to do music with 21. You know what I'm saying? But 21 got to listen to me. We got to set up our publishing. We got to do it right. She got to listen, right? And if she don't listen, then it's going to mess up the bag. But I feel like the public would love 21. 20 Sexy Red should have been 21. That's 21 right there. Sexy Red. They're in the same vein, I feel like. What's up? Hey, thank you for the ice cream cone. Thank you, Situation. Thank you so much, Situation. Thanks. Oh, I got a situation. I gotta power up on here. I didn't power up. Everybody forgive me, right? When I left the B app, I took all my money off, in which I'm sorry that I did now. I had mad paper on Bigo Blue, and when I went to that Japanese app, there's another app. Okay, okay, Blue and Blue. I'm gonna DM you my. I think you got my number from before. Didn't I give you my number? I gave you my number before. All right, we still on the Y to the 2Z. We on all platforms. I'm kicking it like I'm kicking it. I'm kicking the Willy Bobo. But hey, this is life. This is a real stream. Okay, this ain't no fake stiff show like hello everybody. It's the Miss Knockout show. Hi, I'm stiff. I'm a stiff broadcast. No, we down to earth. We kicking it like Bruce Lee. You know what I'm saying? We ain't no stiff. If I wanted to be a stiff broadcaster, I would work for one of the big machines, right? I got a couple of offers out there from the Diddy trial. Okay, quiet as kept. I ain't tell nobody, but I got a couple of offers, and the reason why I didn't take it is if I take a job with the machine, I got to give all of this up. But I could still do it, but I can't do hot topics in the news. I just got to come on in and say, "Hi, I'm doing this. I'm going to eat some pizza and all of that." And I didn't want to. I want to build my independent new media community and give y'all the realer how I want to give it. I don't want to be a stiff suit, you know what I'm saying? And then you got to devote your whole life to them. You got to, the time, you got to be somewhere. I want to do my own thing. I'm not ruling it out. I still got their information if I change my mind. I was stopping by to show love, you guys. Hey, Mississippi! I wish I could stay, but I can't. Love you, Mississippi. I'm going to call you. I'm going to call you. Okay? I'm going to call you, Mississippi. Congratulations to you. And we love you. All right? And don't get me for talking about, you ain't going to get me if I talk about them. Are you, Mississippi? I can't talk about them no more. Mississippi is like, girl, please. She said, I won't. Yeah, they don't like it when you talk about them. They go to getting you and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I watch what I say. I watch what I say. I guess I can't call him cockeyed no more. Now I gotta call him Mr. Patel. All right, we'll call him Mr. Patel. We gotta have respect for Mississippi's people. You know what I'm saying? That's. So yeah. So everybody come on in. We're talking about these scientists, all right, that went missing, all right. And one more thing before we get back into the scientists. So I went on that. I don't know, is Miss? Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Situation. Thank you. So Blue Lotus. I don't know if you're still here, but I was on that. I left Bigo and I went on that Pacocha app, and I was doing real good on there. I got recruited. I went through a whole process to get on there. Long story short, they brought me in there as an actor for content to get Pierce to court, and the other content creators didn't like it that people came to my room because they wanted to come to my room, right? They come to your room because you're forcing them to come to your room through trading tactics. Okay, you trade with me, right? And it's all good. But if you don't trade with me, then I'm going to make sure that you don't have one gifter and nobody else with you. And they kept doing it until they closed the app down. Your rooms is a block vibe. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Situation. Thank you so much, Situation. You know what I'm saying? So they bullied people so much to do that trading BS, right? They all on the B app. And that's another reason why I didn't come over here, because some of them was cool, and some of them I'm friends to this day, like Kalila, Davion, Kimberly, Dude. A lot of them are cool. It wasn't everybody, but some of them was slimy, grimy, frauds, no content, jealous, envious, greedy, bully, smile in your face, getting your page bannified. There's one person I really don't want to see, and I really don't want to block her, because I know if I block her, she's gonna start working on magic on my page. Hey, Knockout, I love you. And then she was at the same, she on Pacocha, she was like, "Hey, Knockout, I love you, Knockout. Oh, you're my best friend." And then behind the scenes, she was reporting my page and getting my page restricted on that app. People was like, she banning your, she getting your page banned. It's like, why? Right? So a gifter told me that she was mad, and she had a conversation with them that, why you gifted Knockout? Why? And then he was like, because Knockout got content. I'm over there getting, I'm like glued to the screen over there with Knockout. Y'all ain't doing nothing. It's just trading over here. Right? And he said that's why she was getting you, because the gifters was going over there and gifting you because they wanted to gift you, not because you was trading. See, trading on the B app is business, is different. And people don't force you to trade. They ask you to trade, and it's business. You get beans back, and it's a system that I knew very well. But on the P app, right, they did it to beat the system. Right, and the app didn't like that. They found a way to beat the system, and the app was losing a lot of money, and they didn't like it, and they couldn't stop them from doing it. So they brought us in that had a talent and actual content, so that we could get pure support. And my page was full. My page was, everybody was coming in my page, and they did not like that, and it was on and popping. It was on and popping. You know what I'm saying? So some of them people were over on the B app, Blue Lotus. You know what I'm saying? But I know on the B app, it's gonna be hard for them to do something to my page. I mean, the person that I'm talking about by now, because she was on here for like over a couple of years, she probably know the system to do certain loopholes, right? But I know eventually she's gonna come in. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna give y'all a signal. When the person comes in my live that I'm talking about, I'm gonna scratch my head like this. That's the signal. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why I didn't come back on the B app, because I don't want to see those people from the Pacocha app. I don't want to see them. I want them to keep it freaking moving. Keep it moving. Go about your life. Don't worry about Miss Knockout. Worry about your non-contact. Worry about your non-talent, non-content having behind. Worry about you. Okay? Don't mess with me. All right? So now, let's get back to the scientists, shall we? Y'all like, ooh, Knockout, you had to get that out. Yeah, I had to get that out. Because I know they watching. I know they watching. He's over here screaming. I know you watching from the window. Yeah, I'm back over here. But I've been over here before you. So rise up, because I know all the big people in this app. Don't let me send the messy people after you. I'm not messy, but I know I'm tight with a lot of messy people, and they will turn your world upside down, topsy turvy. Ooh. So go about your business. Yes, Knockout's here. Keep it moving. Okay? So now let's get back to the scientists. Knockout come with the heat, they said. Knockout come with They said Knockout come with the heat. Yeah, they was grimy. I'm gonna tell one day on the B app, when I get off all the platforms, y'all make sure if you got a page on the B app, come over there. I'm gonna tell a whole story about that, those slimy, grimy people that was on that app. That's all over here. But you don't see them on their homepage. You don't see them on the homepage because they ain't shit. They ain't got no content, no talent. All they know how to do is take people's gifters away that they don't like, that's not trading with them. And none of their tactics worked on no other app. They didn't last 2 seconds on TikTok. 2 seconds. They didn't last 2 seconds on there. Thank you, situation. Okay, so we getting back to the scientists for real. We getting back. Thank you, situation. Thank you. We getting back to the scientists for real now. All right. So let's go to the clip. Let's go to the videotape. All right. And we're going to listen to Nancy Grace talk about the missing scientists. All right. Thank you. Oh, Elevated is here. Elevated. Elevated. You got to tell me how to do the fan lottery. Elevator, I need to know how to do the fan lottery. And I tried to call you last night. I don't know if your number's the same, though. You got to text me, Elevator. Oh, you told me? Oh, situation told me. Wait, hold on. Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up. Situation told me. Wait, hold up. I got to scroll up. Hold up. Let's see. Damn, I got to scroll all the way up. Damn, situation. I don't know if I'm going to find it. Situation, can you come up and tell me? Situation, can you come up and tell me real quick? Oh, no. You don't want to come up in the box? You don't have to cam up. I can't, because I can't find it. I would have to scroll all the way back. All right, y'all. So let's get into it.
Battery 50%.
Let me get home. Can you type it again, then? Can you type it again real quick?
To give a statement. They don't want to put this out there.
Okay. All right, y'all. So let's dial this back and start from the beginning. Okay. Situation said, let me get home first. Where's Elevated? Elevated, come up here, Elevated, and tell me how to do the fan lottery. Elevated said you're on fire right now. Okay. Elevate. Yeah, that's my homie, boy. We go way back on the Bigo app. And no, she was on the other app. She was on the other app. When I talk about that app, I'm gonna bring her up. We're gonna be on the panel, honey. You know what I'm saying? They was doing slimy stuff to her too. They kept her that they was doing slimy stuff to a lot of people. Real greedy and envious, right? So you see where they at now. They closed the whole app down. Ha ha. You tried to take everybody's bag away and they took your bag away. Good for you. Now. All right. Work it on out on Bigo. Because I know you're doing the bare minimum on there. So let's listen to Nancy Grace talk about this missing scientist. But she's going to focus on the 34-year-old scientist. All right. She's going to focus on the 34-year-old scientist. Right. On the Bigo app, people are probably looking for content like this because they tired of watching. I like watching the messy stuff too. You know what I'm saying? But maybe I don't want to watch it all the time. You know what I'm saying? But let's get into these missing scientists. Everybody, let's listen. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Bombshell tonight. We learned the FBI is probing 11 U.S. space scientists either dead or missing. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Hold on, y'all. Let's listen.
The White House and FBI are investigating a string of suspicious deaths and disappearances of at least 11 U.S. scientists, many of whom are involved in classified aerospace, nuclear, and defense research.
Joining us tonight, Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. Dave Mack, what more can you tell us?
Nancy, we have two more names of scientists, military insiders who are now missing or dead. Two more to add to that list. These are some of the most amazing things we've seen yet. First of all, Matthew Sullivan, a
Thank you
39-year-old
so much.
former U.S.
Thank you,
Air Force
Elevated.
intelligence officer, and a 29-year-old NASA nuclear scientist, Joshua LeBlanc. Matthew Sullivan was scheduled to testify in a whistleblower hearing that was taking place on Capitol Hill. Think about it.
Okay, now look. Listen to what they just said. Okay? Matthew was set to participate in a whistleblower on aliens. He was going to come and talk about the aliens, right? Because they keep that from us. We don't know if they came in contact with aliens or not. Who believes in that who believes that humans, not us regular humans, but who believe that humans made contact with aliens at some point in our lifetime? Who believes that? Who believes that aliens made? I believe that aliens are in another realm, but they're trying to get in our realm. I don't know. Or aliens might be already here, right? And we don't know it, and they're amongst us. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know. A lot of stuff that we don't know. So this guy was going to be a whistleblower to tell all the stuff he knows about aliens. Another guy told everything he knew about aliens too, right? But he made it to the table. This guy must have knew something that he didn't make it to the table. Let's listen.
A hearing for whistleblowers about UFOs and UFO intelligence within the military.
See?
And before he had a chance to testify at that whistleblower hearing, Matthew Sullivan, dead. The circumstances of his death are being questioned by many close to him, but he's gone. NASA nuclear engineer, 29-year-old Joshua LeBlanc, Huntsville, Alabama. Like many of those who have gone missing, Joshua LeBlanc, at 29 years old, was reported missing around 4:30 in the morning. He left his wallet, keys, phone, stuff like that at home, but he was gone, and his family couldn't find him. He didn't show up for work. They were concerned. All day long, Huntsville police were looking for Joshua LeBlanc. This nuclear scientist who was working on nuclear propulsion for NASA was missing all day. 2:45 that afternoon, a fiery crash involving Joshua LeBlanc's Tesla. The crash was so bad, he hit a guardrail, crashed into some trees. His body, not even identifiable for 3 days.
Wow.
When they finally got into the investigation, they were able to go into the Tesla Sentry mode and found out his vehicle, this Tesla, was parked at the Huntsville airport for 4 hours the morning he was reported missing. Just 4 hours. And then later on, dead. So 2 more odd to explain deaths in the mystery surrounding the scientists that have gone missing or dead recently.
Deep research into anti-gravity jet propulsion, into special alloys made for high-intensity heat, an alloy called Mondelez.
Thank you, situation.
And so much more. Ideas and theories that most of us have never imagined that under their skill and expertise were actually coming true until they go missing or are found dead. 11 that we know of. Many of them I've been able to connect 1, 2, 3, 4 to McCaslin, General Neil McCaslin, who oversaw funding and research, who was seeing over, commanding an entire Air Force base, but also was in charge of funding and overseeing research into many of these projects, joining us, an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning tonight. I want to go straight out to special guest joining us, Chris Malore, Deputy Science Editor for Daily Mail. What is happening? Many people thought that this was fantastical, but it's not. And now the FBI has joined the probe. And I would like to add, in stark departure from normal FBI tactics, which we saw out in the Nancy Guthrie case. Remember, the FBI did not enter into the investigation until they were invited by Sheriff Nanos, who took his sweet time doing it and screwed up the investigation. Here, they have jumped in feet first into the disappearance of General McCaslin, which opens up an entire can of worms, and to the other 10 scientists, and that's 10 that we know of, Chris Malore.
That's right, Nancy. Actually, this has been something that has been pushed by a lot on Capitol Hill. We've spoken to Congressman Eric Burleson and Tim Burchett at length, and they've been pushing for this investigation. A lot of the initial investigations were done by local police, and the congressmen have definitely pushed this into the forefront for a federal investigation as of late.
Many have been found dead. Many just simply disappear. And they disappear under very unusual circumstances. They are connected. That's why I start all criminal investigations with connectivity. Is there anything linking them? And to you, Brian Fitzgibbons joining us, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security, who leads a team of investigators finding missing people. Former
That's the fan lottery.
Marine, Iraqi war vet. Brian, many people say these are not connected, but I, from over 1,000 miles away from where they went missing, have been able to connect 5 of them, 4 connected to General Neil McCaslin. Much happening out of the New Mexico jurisdiction, New Mexico and California. Listen to these connections and how the people went missing. Let's just start with Melissa Casillas, administrator at the Los Alamos National Laboratory and the AFRL. So you've got the Air Force Lab, the Air Force Research Lab, and Los Alamos Nuclear Lab. She worked there. She worked with Chavez, Los Alamos Nuclear Lab, and AFRL. Monica Jacinto Riza worked at the AFRL, Air Force Research Lab. General McCaslin oversaw, actually ran, commandeered the AFRL, including the funding, specifically Riza's project. Stephen Garcia, government contractor, built parts for nuclear weapons connected to the AFRL. Well, I can connect more, but listen to how.
So, in other words, a lot of these scientists were connected to the same organizations, right? So, whatever it is, or whoever it is that's picking off these scientists, right, are connected somehow. They just got to figure out who it is and why exactly they want to do this. Let's listen.
Melissa Casillas goes missing. She takes her daughter a Subway sandwich for lunch. She says she's going to work from home. She is spotted on camera, surveillance cam, leaving around 2 p.m. in the afternoon there in New Mexico. She never went for a walk in the heat. She took no cell phone, no keys, no identifying objects. Never seen again. Walking briskly eastbound. A shoe that may belong to her was found in a canyon.
Wow, in the canyon.
Even though cadaver dogs and scent dogs were brought out, nothing. Then you've got Monica Jacinto Riza. She got her funding from AFRL, and she was specializing in jet propulsion. She is on a hike in the LA National Forest. She's with a friend, a female friend who's just ahead of her. The friend looks back. She waves and smiles. A few minutes later, she looks back. Monica's gone.
Oh,
gone.
Snap.
An intense digital search and more was conducted. Nothing. In the space of 10 minutes, she's gone. McCaslin, General William Neal McCaslin, who oversaw funding, is at home. In the space of less than 1 hour, Fitzgibbons, he disappears. His wife sees him, a repairman sees him. The wife leaves for a hair appointment around 11:04 a.m. She comes back around 12:04 a.m. p.m. He's gone. He leaves without his cell phone, his keys, a smartwatch which would have identified him and tracked him. He leaves behind those prescription glasses you see him wearing. He takes nothing to identify him, but he does take a 38, and he's wearing a pair of hiking boots.
Wow.
Listen to this. Sometime later, a gray Air Force sweatshirt is found discarded by the side of the road. The only thing that would have identified him as being with the Air Force is found discarded. There's Steve Garcia. Again, goes for a walk and never comes back.
Damn.
Leaving behind phone, watch.
That means somebody's following them.
Somebody's following ID, them. You name it. How can these not be connected, Brian Fitzgibbons? And there's more.
You know, hey, there's a lack of obvious risk factors for a missing persons or a suicide case with all of these individuals that you've named. They have economic stability, government jobs with pensions. They have professional status, highly educated, highly influential in their fields, many of them. And then you add the caveat that they're connected, not loosely, but intimately connected through Air Force research labs and specific projects within that research function. And then you add in the additional caveat that a number of them have gone missing with the same circumstances, leaving Apple Watch and phone behind. Mm-hmm. This is highly alarming and ought to be investigated thoroughly by the FBI.
You know, what's interesting, Brian, is that I'm talking about the ones that are missing. The others are dead.
Right.
A couple of them found submerged in bodies of water. Straight out to John Nance joining us, former supervisory special agent with the FBI for over 20 years. John, thank you for being with us tonight. John, why is it the FBI typically waits to be invited in on a local investigation? Why is that?
Thank you, Cindy.
Well, the FBI doesn't have federal jurisdiction or primary jurisdiction in murder cases. There are some exceptions to that, but that's essentially why you don't see the FBI taking the lead role immediately in cases of that nature. But when it comes to matters like this, especially with the McCaslin disappearance, I think this directly implicates national security issues. In the first part of my career, I spent as a counterintelligence agent. And I can tell you from that perspective, the correlations that we see here are extremely disturbing. And I'm sure that's why Patel's FBI has gone into overdrive with conducting investigations into these matters. Particularly interesting is Amy Eskridge's case and what Frank Milburn had to say with regard to her, the use of directed energy weapons, things of that nature. I think all these things are going to be looked at and analyzed with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak, by the FBI.
Wow. So that's commercial. Everybody come on in. So look, everybody keep tapifying, keep sharifying. Okay, keep tapifying. Thank you so much on the B side. I appreciate all your love you're showing. Locks is here. Lock elevated. Make sure you text me because I don't know if I have the right number. All right, everybody, come on in. We're talking about these missing scientists. All right, let's get back to it.
Sort of has gone back through history, but
let's get back to it.
Can't even imagine. For instance, Amy Eskridge allegedly dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Here. What's up,
This is after she texted friends saying, "If I am found dead, I did not commit suicide."
Okay, so you see this girl right here? Okay, she texted her friend and told him that if something happens to me, I did not commit suicide. People do this for a reason, because they know people was after them. She knew somebody was after her. She knew it. So she called her friend and she backed herself up. And he's going to come on here and talk about the whole thing, right? But see, Ashley, Janae, she didn't know to tell people that if something happens to me, I didn't commit suicide. She didn't know that because it probably happened so quick. You know what I'm saying? And so surprisingly that she didn't get a chance to do it. But let's listen.
She was working on anti-gravity jet propulsion, which is amazing. It's specifically, she was working with her father on an idea she wanted to present to NASA. And it dealt with a craft, an aircraft called TR-3B, T-Toy R-3B brother, a triangular craft. And with anti-gravity jet propulsion, that craft could go up, down, to either side, catty-cornered, diagonally, and at rapid rates of speed, unlike anything that we are familiar with, basically defying the laws of gravity. That's what anti-gravity jet propulsion is, and it can be used for a myriad of purposes. The other woman we are discussing, Monica Jacinto Reza, worked at AFRL. That's where she got her funding anyway. She was working on an amazing alloy, a metal that was highly heat resistant to be used on rockets called Mondelez. Many of us have never even heard of that. Now, you mentioned directed energy attacks. And I now know, since I've been investigating this, that a Russian agent was apprehended here in the US in the 2020s with such a device. So this is no longer, in other words, it's like shooting a gun, except it's microwaves.
Oh.
Yes. Something that many people only imagine is real.
She said it's like shooting a pew, but like shooting microwave. And they saying that what they was developing, that person, it could cook you from the inside out. Imagine being pew, and instead of a bullet, the pew cooks you from the inside out and fries all your organs. Imagine that. Right? Now, somebody either probably wanted to steal these people's idea or they wanted to get rid of it. Let's listen.
I didn't know that until I started investigating this. Could you describe what that is?
Well, sure. The stuff you're talking about is not science fiction. The triangular shaped craft that you're describing have been seen and reported about for decades. These individuals, Reza, for instance, was working at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is directly connected to General McCaslin. It's also directly connected to the UAP phenomenon. We've had several congressional hearings with regard to it. And wherever you fall or whether you come down on this issue, it is at its base level a government transparency issue. Eskridge, working on anti-gravity technology or filled propulsion technology would be paradigm shifting. These technologies are, in many people's opinions, the result of crash retrieval programs. We've got, like I said, we've had several congressional hearings with regard to this. I've written several columns at Town Hall with regard to these matters. I've spoken to Representative Burchett about this matter. So we're not talking about science fiction. We're talking about science with regard to what the individual directive that you have mentioned is a weapon, obviously, and as Mr. Milburn described in very detailed fashion. It's essentially a microwave, a focused microwave energy beam that is capable of cooking you from the inside out. It'll penetrate through a window. It'll penetrate through drywall. So, you know, all these things taken together, it is a serious national security threat. To go back to Caseland, he was responsible for making the funding of 80% of the military's SAP programs. Those are special access programs, which, as the name denotes, are access controls of some of the government's most highly classified information. And of course, his work at Wright-Patterson with regard to the Air Force's research and development program, I think that's like a $2 billion program he oversaw. He's literally a walking hard drive of highly classified information. So the FBI is going to be very, very interested in determining what exactly has happened to him.
I've listened very, very carefully to his wife's 911 call, John Nance, and she said specifically, I don't think he wants to be found. I think he plans not to be found.
What?
I've noticed that none of the families want to speak out. It's almost as if they're afraid. You mentioned Frank Milburn, former British intelligence officer who knew Amy Eskridge very well, and he is joining us now. To the rest of the panel, please stay with us as I go to Mr. Milburn.
Wow.
Summertime expenses stacking up fast.
All right,
For many,
Nancy.
the only option is swiping that credit card.
All right, let's fast forward so we can get back to the good stuff.
Payments, American Financing, America's home for home loans. 866.
I almost want to. I almost got the feeling that I want to go out to the Met Gala. I almost got the feeling that I want to go out to the Met Gala, but I don't know how close I could get. It's gonna be mad press there on that red carpet. It's gonna be hard. You probably have to have credentials too. Let me stay my behind home. Let me stop.
888-0344.
I probably can't. But Charlene, I'm not gonna be able to get close.
888-0344.
See, you gotta email
or
those
simply
people.
go online to American Financing.
You gotta email those people to get credentials
Nancy.
to get in.
American
You know,
Financing.
in the press pit.
.net/Nancy. And
I wish I would have thought of it.
Several of the
All right.
scientists leave their homes and vanish
So we're
without
talking
their
about
phones,
these scientists
while others
that
are
went
found
missing.
dead,
Everybody
prompting
come on in,
concerns
keep
of a
tapping,
sinister
sharing.
pattern rather than random events.
Why to the Tuesday? Make
joining
sure
us
you give a
tonight,
thumbs
a
up.
special guest, a guest that has intimate knowledge
Hey,
regarding
what's
the
up,
death of
Groundskeet?
Amy Eskridge. As you all know by now, brilliant scientist.
You hear from Mel watching the. Oh yeah, hey, how you doing, Groundskeet? You hear from Mel. Mel's my friend. Yes, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel.
Frank Milburn joining us, former British intelligence officer who knew Amy very well, and he spoke with Amy just hours before her death. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Frank. First of all, thank you for joining us tonight. But Amy Eskridge, brilliant scientist, was found with allegedly a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Wow.
Huntsville, Alabama, near the NASA space station, which is not just in Florida, but also in Huntsville. She texted with you some very disturbing information. First of all, tell me about your relationship with Amy.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we met online. At first, I thought it was an anonymous account, and I thought it was a very amusing middle-aged scientist who was ranting about UFOs, but in a very, very intelligent, funny way. And then slowly we got in contact that way, and slowly she revealed to me who she was. And I realized, wow, this is a brilliant young scientist. And I did my background checks on her as well, because that's what I do. And then over the course of the year, we got to know each other extremely well.
So you were pen pals of sort for over a year.
Yes. Initially, we weren't talking about UFOs. We were talking about UFOs, but slowly, as she kind of, I got her confidence and she got my confidence. She started to tell me about the harassment and all the things that happened to her, and also showing me the proof, showing me the videos and the photos and things like that. And also as well, she was, as she'd be at work and she'd put me on a video with her co-workers as well, and they'd be telling me the same thing. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind as to what was going on with her.
So she knew that she was being harassed. This is the young scientist, the 34-year-old one, who developing also, and they're going to talk about it, right? Something to do with energy and fuel, something to do with fuel and making stuff run cheaper. And they don't like that because that's cutting to their money in the gas pump, the oil pump, and all of that. They don't want nothing to do with you developing something to reduce energy costs. Energy is big money, just like health and big pharma is big money. Let's listen.
Talk very briefly about Amy's studies. Again, a brilliant scientist. Now, to my understanding, of course, I'm just a trial lawyer, she was studying anti-gravity. Is that correct? Anti-gravity propulsion.
She was interested, yes, in anti-gravity. She was interested in free energy, which is the extraction of energy from the ether, and potentially unlimited amounts, which would obviously change the whole way that we have and produce energy on Earth, and potentially would help every poor country in the world. But it could also be very dangerous to use as a weapon.
Now listen to what he said. It could change the way we use energy, not only here, around the world. It could give energy to poor countries, can't afford it. Why you think you see people in Africa's lights going on and off? Right? Because the country can't afford energy. Right? But in a lot of countries, they could probably afford it if the leader wasn't keeping all the money for themselves. Some of these leaders keep all the money for themselves and they keep the people in the country poor. Like what allegedly, and everything's all alleged in Miss Knockout's life, what the guy Maduro was doing. Remember Maduro, the guy from Venezuela? I was inside the court with him, sitting right behind him and his wife. I was sitting right behind Maduro and his wife in the courtroom, right? Maduro was in the courtroom waving with everybody, talking about Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I was like, sir, they captured you. This is not a fun time. What you talking? Merry Christmas. He's Merry Christmas. Hi. I'm like, do you not know that you were captured? Hey, what's up? What's up, Kate? How are you? I've been good. Been on, where I'm at. I'm here every day. I've been good. I can't complain, all right, because it wasn't a capture. Well, it wasn't a capture, but they brought him to jail. What I mean is he's in jail. You know what I'm saying? They did capture him. They went to Venezuela and they captured him out of his house. Is that not a capture? What is it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so he was like delirious. He's like oblivious. All right. So this young scientist was developing an energy source that would change energy around the world. And these big money companies and oil companies and gas companies, they don't want that because it's cutting into their pockets and their money. Are you talking about Orange Man? They caught him. They caught the guy Maduro in Venezuela, a while ago. I was saying that I was sitting in court with him. I was actually inside the courtroom. I went to his initial hearing, him and the wife. The wife said she injured her rib. She needed medical attention. They didn't talk about that part, right? So, their case should be coming back up. Now they in jail with the thugs in New York. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the president of Venezuela and his wife would be in jail with the pimps and the pushers? Who would have thought that? And New York at that. They bring all the hard criminals to New York because New York is like the Wu-Tang Clan. They ain't nothing to play with, boy. You ain't getting out. El Chapo escaped from all those jails. He ain't escaped from the New York jail. You noticed that, right? El Chapo had them building tunnels, allegedly, crawling under tunnels, digging his way out. You can't do that in New York. You ain't getting out of there unless they let you out. Few people has escaped. All right, let's continue. We're going over these scientists that's missing, and we're talking about this young scientist. She was only 34 years old, and she was developing some things, right? And she told this guy right here talking, and he's going to get to it, that if I come up missing, I ain't commit suicide. Somebody got me. And they got her. Right? Let's listen.
And what she was actually working on when she was attacked with the directed energy weapon that's been that was especially documented with videos, testimony, and other witness there. She was actually working for Homeland Security on a project which would defend US subways across the continental United States from chemical, bio, and radiological attack.
See? So she was also, this girl was doing a lot at 34 years old. She was a rocket scientist at 34 years old. When did she start school? At 5? When did she start school? 34 years old? Please. I'm still trying to get it together at my age. And look at her. So she was developing something that would protect our train system in case the people down the road that Mr. T is effing with, Iran, decide to come over here and start doing stuff. Because allegedly, they can shoot a gas inside the subway system and it'll go all through the tunnels, because the subway system is just tunnels that go all through the boroughs. Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, Manhattan. Right? All they got to do is spray that gas, and that gas will go all through and make everybody sick or worse. And she was developing something that could protect us from that. Somebody wanted to get rid of her. She was doing too much. Remember that record with Snoop? You're doing too much. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. Remember that record? You know what I'm saying? So she was developing all these things, and somebody didn't like it. Let's listen to her friend talk. Let's listen.
Across the board, she had a very interesting portfolio of things that she was interested in and working on. But, she was an American
Can I
patriot.
circle back to what you just said, Frank Milburn, that she was working with Homeland Security on methods to protect public transport in the U.S. Could you expand on that, please?
Yes, certainly. She and a colleague, they were approached. I actually sat in on a couple of the meetings with people, senior members from Homeland Security and from another agency that I'm not going to mention. Amy was there. A contact of mine was there who was ex-American Special Operations, and there was and one of her co-workers was there. And they were basically discussing with Homeland Security everything from directed energy weapon attacks. But the specific project that they were working on was to design a system whereby all the subways across the continental United States could be protected from biological, chemical, and radiological attack, a detection system effectively.
Mr. Milburn joining us, former British intelligence officer. The reason I wanted you to tell us a little bit more about her project she was working on with Homeland Security is that many people, many naysayers are suggesting that she was somehow had mental or emotional problems. I find that very difficult to believe as a former Fed myself, working for the government my entire legal career, that Homeland Security would enlist the aid of any scientist that had a mental impairment. I find that very, if not impossible, difficult to believe. Now, Amy, 34 years old, had also been researching.
How much clearance you got to go through to work for these government agencies, to be a scientist, work for NASA. They test, they give you tests to test your mental capacity. Evidently, they don't give the test for you to get in the White House. They don't probably give no kind of test. They just throw your behind up in there. But to work for NASA, thank you, Tiffany, you got to be competent. to deal with all of those dealings. Okay, Shina.
As I first mentioned,
Hey,
anti-gravity, advanced technology with anti-gravity propulsion. And what is interesting about that to me is anti-gravity propulsion.
Okay, dude, and everybody coming in, we're talking about these scientists that went missing. It's about 10, 11, 12 of them, right? They all work for NASA. They all are rocket scientists. They all were developing things that will make life better, make energy cheaper, and somebody wanted them out of here. Okay? And we're talking about it today. They went missing. The years range from 2022 all the way up to this year, early year 2026. Okay, they went missing. So this particular girl's friend is on here talking. All right, let's listen. She was 34-year-old scientist. Right, they ruled it a sewer city, but she called him before she was unalive, and she told him, if something happens to me, it's not a sewer city. You see there? The best way for them to get away from with unalivement is to make it look like you did a sewer city. Slimy. Let's listen.
When we think of aircraft of any type, be it a plane, a helicopter, a rocket, we are within the framework of our known laws of gravity. But anti-gravity jet propulsion would mean that the aircraft could go up, down, side to side, and at rapid rates of speed, unlike anything we have ever seen. Isn't that true?
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, if you're looking now, we're looking, the next big step for mankind is, colonization of space, effectively, and exploiting space's mineral resources, and also exploiting space strategically. I mean, they've just gone to the moon, Artemis, and they're looking, for there, have a base and then be able to jump to Mars. So if you had this anti-gravity technology and also, free energy, potentially, as a fuel system for other propulsion, you'd be streets ahead of anybody using, or streets ahead, you'd be light years ahead of anybody using traditional rocketry technology.
Also, she was working with her father, Dr. Eskridge. They had founded a research institute together on something called TR3B, which is a triangular type of aircraft that she thought would be suited to that would be compatible with her anti-gravity jet propulsion. Now, this is very hard for most of us to take in. Most of us are not literally rocket scientists like Amy and her cohorts. I want to talk to you about the texts that she sent you just before her death. What did she say?
Well, the immediate text, sort of in the month before her death, was, if I committed suicide, I didn't. If you hear that, if I overdosed, I didn't. If you hear that I killed myself or anybody else, I didn't.
What she told him?
And this was text to myself.
So he got proof. He got this in a text with this lady saying that if they said I did a sewer city, I didn't. If they said I did this, I didn't. She texted him way beforehand and made sure that somebody knew it, because she was smart. She was a rocket scientist. Okay, she's a rocket scientist for a reason. What's up, Ambi? Hi. What's up? Everybody come in, continue to tapation. All right, continue to tap in, sharing. Let's listen.
Other texts to other people, co-workers. I just got a message actually, the day before yesterday from somebody I've been in contact with, a very close friend of Amy, who was also subject to attacks, who just said, like, no way did she commit suicide. And, well done for putting out there. They don't want to put it out there because they've been attacked, and they have, they have things to protect. So this was over a course of the year. Then she's verbally telling me, I'm being attacked. I'm sorry?
Who is they? Who do you think they? I'm not in disagreement.
So he said that he got a text from another person that works around there, that if something happens to them, it's not a sewer city. Who is after these people? I want Nancy Grace. I want to know, who is they? Who is they? We need to find out who they is. That's what we need to find out, because they wants to get them out of here. You know what I'm saying? It seems like you got people in here. Guys, please stay and follow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cindy. You know, it seems like anybody who wants to make our life better, right? Anybody that wants to make our life better, they want to get rid of them. If they find a cure to cancer, they want to get rid of them. They find a way to make energy cheaper and you don't have to go buy oil and gas, they want to get rid of you. You know what I'm saying? You do an invention that's going to make something better, that's going to make them make less money, they want to get rid of you. Thank you, Tiffany. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Real Talk? What's up, everybody? Thanks, Tiffany. Let's listen.
I'm not in disagreement, because the best way to cover up a homicide is to make it look like a suicide.
See?
And I have personally...
Didn't I just say the same thing? Didn't I say the same thing? See, great minds think alike. See, Nancy, you are on it. People are getting away with unalivement by making people look like they did the suicide, like over there with Ashley and Joe McCann. Allegedly, a man is innocent to proven guilty. But come on, son, all roads point to you, boy. All right, let's listen.
Investigated and prosecuted cases where the victim was portrayed as mentally imbalanced, having committed suicide, when in fact they were the victim of a homicide. When you say they have a reason to kill her, I assume you could be talking about a foreign entity that wants to extract, use, and implement her work. It could be corporate espionage, someone that wants that technology, those ideas, to make money off of it. It could be a jealous coworker. I don't know what it is, but when you say they had reason to kill her, who in your mind is they?
Who's that?
Well, I'll tell you, somebody, initially I looked at, I was thinking, like the GRU, Russian military intelligence, or, the Chinese. But you have to understand, this is an actor actors over a period of...
So he's saying they is probably the Russians, because the Russians are very smart, right? China is very smart, right? Russians are in the USA. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Chinese people in the USA, they're already here. They ain't got to get here, right? Or it could be somebody from here. It don't have to be nothing international or from another. It could be somebody right here that want them going. Let's listen. What's up, Rap Diva?
Like maybe 3 years or even more, were harassing her over a period of time. Vehicle surveillance, directed energy weapon attacks, social engineering, break-ins, hacking. That's a lot of moving parts.
Hold on.
I want to know how they attacked her with the weapon. So she said that she got attacked with a weapon and it burnt her hand, right? But you got attacked with the weapon. Did you not see who did the action, right? To steal their ideas. That's a good point, Q. That's a very strong possibility. Because the one that he's talking about was developing stuff that levitated off the ground. You know what I'm saying? The triangle, like little spaceship, it levitated off the ground and traveled. Like, those little sports, those little cars that fly through the air, like on the Jetsons. The YNs don't know nothing about the Jetsons. I used to watch it on a repeat. Even the original Jetsons was before my time, but I used to watch it on Nickelodeon and on the repeat, and they had all these flying cars. You know what I'm saying? She was actually developing something that was defying gravity. Let's listen.
Hold on, Frank. You got me drinking out of the fire hydrant. That's too much, too fast. Okay. You mentioned the potential of Russian military, of Chinese intelligence, and I don't know why that seems so hard to believe, difficult to believe. How many people do Russian intelligence have to throw out a window or poison with perfume? We hear about it all the time. This type of espionage happens all the time right under our noses. So it is not difficult to believe it could be happening here. But you mentioned being harassed. Harassed how?
Yeah.
And also you mentioned a directed power hit on her body from which she allegedly sustained multiple bruises and showed them to people. And when we're talking about that, is it something akin to, for instance, the Havana syndrome?
This wasn't alleged. It's all documented, and I actually showed, the images of her to a doctor friend of mine, and she said, "Yeah, those are consistent." With
the Jetsons did show us the future, but we don't got the flying cars, Q-More. I'm waiting for the flying cars. I don't know if we're going to see flying cars in our lifetime. Now they do got flying cars, right? But they not out on the streets. They do got flying cars, but they not on the streets. So maybe, I don't know, will we see it in our lifetime? Maybe not. It's coming. They have them now all parked up. Oh, they do? They got them all parked up? I'm going to look that up. We got to investigate. Before my lifetime, I would want to see some flying cars, because I used to always see them when they're watching the cartoons, the Jetsons. We used to always see it and dream about them. To actually see it in real life would be crazy. Like, wow, I lived long enough to see the Jetsons come to life. Yep, they're here. Wow. Wow. We need to look into that. I want to know how much a flying car costs. What would be a cost of a flying car? And what kind of fuel will it use? I would imagine it would use jet engine fuel. Sort of like the planes. So the jet engine fuel gives it enough kick to like fly. Thank you, Spooky. We gotta look that up. But Trump we waiting at the door for Trump is getting ready to release the alien files. So he says he probably altered that and took everything out of there. You know what I'm saying? Now here's I just thought of something funny as I'm saying that. Okay, so imagine Trump is releasing the alien files, and then he reacts himself out of the files as being cited as an alien. Allegedly. Allegedly. To Trump, they said, Trump, you took your name out of the files. You're an alien. That's so funny.
With the directed energy microwave weapons. Havana syndrome is mostly acoustic. But these were directed energy microwave weapons that literally, fry your body, fry your central nervous system, fry your spine,
Let's dial it back. Hold on, yo. So she shows her hands. Okay, she shows her hands where she got burnt, right? So she's showing her hands.
Through Russian military intelligence or the Chinese. But you have to understand, this is an actor who actors over a period of like maybe 3 years or even more were harassing her over a period of time. Vehicle surveillance, directed energy weapon attacks, social engineering, break-ins, hacking. That's a lot of.
See, vehicle surveillance. I'm telling you, they get followed. That's how they got them. They follow them wherever, and then they ambush them.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, Frank. You got me drinking out of the fire hydrant. That's too much, too fast. Okay, you mentioned the potential of Russian military, of Chinese intelligence, and I don't know why that seems so hard to believe, difficult to believe. How many people do Russian intelligence have to throw out a window or poison with perfume? We hear about it all the time. This type of espionage happens all the time right under our noses. So it is not difficult to believe it could be happening here. But you mentioned being harassed. Harassed how? Yeah. And also you mentioned a directed power hit on her body from which she allegedly sustained multiple bruises and showed them to people. And when we're talking about that, is it something akin to, for instance, the Havana syndrome?
This wasn't alleged. It's all documented, and I actually showed, the images of her to a doctor friend of mine, and she said, "Yeah, those are consistent, with the directed energy microwave weapons." Havana syndrome is mostly acoustic. But these were the directed energy microwave weapons that literally, fry your body, fry your central nervous system, fry your spine, give you all kinds of gastrointestinal problems. But the point that I was coming to before was that this was an actor which had a lot of resources on the ground and it managed to pass for a long, long period of time. Basically,
one thing about America, we don't need no more weapons. Don't give these YNs nothing to be using out here to be frying people. I hope she was going to use that for the military or something, because we don't need no, upgrades to the pium. We don't need that here. All right, let's listen. Thank you, situation.
And that may or may not have been able to suborn or subvert law enforcement and authorities at local, state, and federal level. Okay, so they avoided counterintelligence scrutiny.
That's how
when Amy went to talk to the FBI, she said, "Thanks, Frank, for setting this up through your friend." She talked to the FBI for 3 months, and then the FBI turned around and said, "We don't have jurisdiction on this case to cover this case." Well, hang on, they are the counterintelligence agency, domestic for the United States. So why didn't they have jurisdiction? I don't get that.
Well, as a matter of fact, I learned last night that the FBI, without invitation, which is very unusual in our country, for the FBI to jump into an alleged homicide or an alleged missing person case, they have jumped feet first into the disappearance of General McCaslin.
It's hot topics
so
time.
I find that very curious that they are taking jurisdiction in that case, and there are calls from Congress.
Everybody that's coming in the room, we're doing hot topics. We're talking about these scientists that went missing. All right. Everybody come on in. Thank you to Situation. Thank you so much, Situation. Let's listen.
To have hearings on this issue of the missing and dead scientists. So apparently they are now getting involved. We just showed a photo of Eskridge's red hands. What is that?
Yeah.
That was when she was working literally on that project for Homeland Security, and she was, I think, about 6 stories up, but they got hit with a directed energy weapon. And
so they said that they got hit with a direct energy weapon, but who hit them? Did you see somebody? Was somebody there? That's the puzzling part. They never say who shot the weapon. They never say.
She got burnt on her hands, not on her face, I believe. It was on her hands. So something directed specifically at her hands. And there's another scientist. I actually sent you the videos. There's another scientist with her in the background, and you can hear him say it's a directed energy weapon, a microwave directed energy weapon. So there's 2 witnesses there, 2 scientists who are expert witnesses and able to describe exactly what is happening to them.
What is that? See, for many of us, that sounds like a futuristic movie plot, but it's not. It's in the here and now. Directed energy attack. What is it?
Well, there's her air-gapped computer there, and then she's basically being pounded with microwave weapons. She's saying in this case, it's basically they're trying to build a 3-dimensional picture of her hands to see what she's typing on, because she's removed the Wi-Fi card from the computer so that it can't be hacked, because she suffered so many hacking attempts. I mean, literally every other day, she was doing a completely clean install on all her computers and her phones.
Somebody wanted to steal
what
her
was
idea.
It, Frank Milburn? That was
so. Now I'm gonna have to go along with what Kumar said. Kumar said somebody wanted to steal their ideas, right? He needs to be careful. He could be next. I know, Sean. That's why I was thinking. As I'm listening to him, I'm thinking exactly what you thinking of, Shauna. He doing all this talking, right? And then he came out and said she texted him and told him that if something happens to me, it's not a suicide. And so now he's telling it, and now they like, uh-oh, they're going to get on to us. Kimmy Cakes. Thank you, Kimmy Cakes. They're going to get on to us. Uh-oh, right? And so I'm feeling like he better watch it too, so kind of, sort of. He better watch it too. He better watch his surroundings, because if they could get on to them, they could get on to him. I'm telling you, he better watch it too. Ooh, let's listen. We're going to Ashley Janae updates
that
next.
She was working on.
Well, I mean, it could be, you either she had all this harassment that was leading up to it. So I presume that was, I assessed as wanting her to desist from the work. Okay, she was never offered a job. Nobody ever said, "Here's some money, come and work for us." It's like they wanted her to desist from it, and then they did these microwave energy weapons attack, knowing that would debilitate her, so that she'd be unable to continue with her work slowly. And then eventually, because she was too stubborn, she ended up dying. Now, I can't say hand on my heart that that was murder. What I can say, it was very, very suspicious. And you will say a lot of people saying, no, she was off her meds, she was crazy, she was this or that. I spoke to her every day. She called me 4 hours before she died, and she said that she was feeling fine. Okay, now, did she have stress? Yes. Did she have PTSD? Certainly. Did she have hypervigilance? Certainly, because she was under constant attack the whole time, and anybody normal would. So, but she wasn't hallucinating. She wasn't delusional. You could see that every day. And, you know, she's going to work. She's in the car, talking to me for half an hour. She gets to work. She's talking to me again from work with her co-workers. This is someone who is like, you know, functional and working at a very high level scientifically, a highly intelligent woman.
Now, you submitted findings regarding this to Congress, and you concluded Eskridge did not kill herself. Isn't that true?
Well, what I said is that it's highly suspicious, and I believe that she'd been killed by an aerospace company, or, you know, as I said before, an actor that had the impunity and the ability to be able to act on the ground undiscovered for so long. So I just think that we need to start with looking at the directed energy weapon attack on her when she was doing on that project for Homeland Security, and then all the harassment, and then work forward from that and see how that could have led to her death. That would seem logical to me.
Question. Could you explain in very rudimentary terms what you mean by a directed energy attack? How does that work?
Okay, sure. So you have basically, there was a Russian guy who was caught with one, I believe, 2 years ago in the States, and it was in a congressional hearing in 2024. You can have like a pickup truck or a vehicle. You have like a sort of an emitter. It's like it emits what's like, kind of like microwaves, like, get in a microwave oven, but in a very focused way. So then you have like a power source as well, which you can carry in the vehicle. Then you point out the window, and it will go through dry walls as well. And depending on the power of the emitter, it could be anywhere from like 50 meters to 100 meters, maybe more. I don't claim to be a technical expert on directed energy weapons.
The weapon that he's describing, nobody should get their hands on that weapon. So he said that somebody had that weapon at the congressional meeting. So that weapon could go through dry walls. It could go through things. That's a powerful source of weaponage. All right. What's up, Hancock? Power source to be right. Yeah. So she was working with some powerful tools. Right. So somebody don't want that weapon to exist. Because think about it. A weapon like that, I don't care what kind of security you got around you. A weapon like that is going through everything. You could stand on the other side of a wall and pew somebody. What? And it just cooks you from the inside out like a microwave. What? We don't need those weapons on the. So now I'm feeling like somebody just wanted to get her out of here. They hacked into her computer. They probably stole all her ideas. If that gets into the wrong hands, watch out. Watch out. Let's listen.
Point it where you want it to go. Presumably before that, you will have established a pattern of life, so you would know roughly where, okay, so at 9 o'clock, she goes down to her laboratory or whatever. And then you'd set up the directed energy or weapon emitter in your vehicle and wait for her to be at a specific point in space and time.
Where is he from? He said laboratory. Where is he from that he says laboratory? Like we say laboratory. He's like laboratory. He got to be from England or something, right? Laboratory. Wow.
Then hit that.
Frank, why are
What's up,
you
everybody? I see
speaking
everybody
out?
coming in. Mark, Billy.
Because she trusted me to, and it was what she wanted, and I really, didn't want to at all because I know the upset that it brings to her family and her loved ones. But I've had support from her co-workers and her friends who are saying, you need to do this. I was basically her dead lady switch. She trusted me. When I first met her and she first revealed who she was and she started telling me about this, she said, because of your background, you will believe what I'm saying because you will understand the tradecraft. She goes, if I go to the cops, they'll think I'm crazy because this harassment was designed in such a way, going through the panty drawers and all the other things, was designed in such a way that if you went to the cops and said, this is what's going on, they would think that she was crazy. She said, you will not think I'm crazy. And she goes, if anything happens to me.
So how, okay, I'm in my house, right? How does one get in my house to go through my panty drawers. How does somebody get in your house to go through your panty drawers? At some point, when you see something said, like my apartment got cameras, so I'm gonna call the super and be like, "Yo, who came in here?" So how somebody went through your panties drawers, miss, and you don't, cause see, a be like me, I'm gonna find out who you are, okay? Cause I'm nice like that. I'm gonna find out exactly who you are going through my panty drawers. They probably was in there going through that lady's panty drawers, sniffalizing her panties. A little freakazoid. Let's listen.
Here is all the evidence, and I want you to get it out there.
Joining us tonight is Frank Milburn, who knew Amy Eskridge very well. Eskridge had founded an institute, a research institute, with her father, and together they were exploring many advanced technological theories that suddenly, under her skilled hands, were no longer just theories, including anti-gravity.
Well, Hancock, if they in the panty drawers, they actually clean, or they should be. I mean, you really shouldn't be putting your dirty panties back in the clean drawer. They should go in the laundry, right?
Jet
Can
propulsion.
You imagine taking your
Frank,
panties
can
off
you
and putting
imagine what a foreign entity or a private corporate entity would pay, what they would give, what they would do to get that knowledge, that technology that she had created?
Yeah, I think, maybe it was a case of they'd developed it themselves, and they didn't want her, in her own words, an upstart brilliant young scientist stealing their lunch, as Amy would say. But this cuts to the very heart of American democracy. If you can potentially subvert, local, state, and federal law enforcement, and I want to, I came forward as well because I want to prevent other scientists and other brilliant young scientists from being killed. I want to, the United States is my ally. I've always worked with Americans in and out of uniform, in peacetime and in war. So America is a country that I love, and I love America's people. And I think America is a great democracy. It's the greatest democracy in the world, and that has to be protected. And this kind of activity fundamentally is rot at the heart of that democracy, in my opinion.
Frank Milburn, you are risking a lot to come forward, and we are truly and deeply grateful. Thank you, Mr. Milburn.
Well, thank you. And by having it out there, and I've sent you all the files, then if anything happens to me, then you've got another story, eh?
Oh, and he laughs. Sir.
I don't consider you a story. I consider you to be a very, very brilliant friend.
He said it himself.
And we will do our best
Mr.
to
T
get
is
Amy's
destroying the
facts.
Oh, yeah, every day, all
story
day.
out there.
Every day,
I'm very disturbed by the autopsy findings that this was immediately determined to be a self-inflicted wound. Very curious. What is her family's position on this? Because I've noticed that the majority of the families connected to the missing and dead scientists refuse to give a statement. They don't want to put this out there. They don't want to be part of it. Why is that? It's almost as if they are afraid.
People are afraid, yes. I can't comment on the family. You'd have to ask them. In fact, don't ask them because they don't want to be asked. I know that for a fact. They don't want to have anything to do with this. It's the very last thing that they want. It's not going to bring their daughter back, and it's not going to bring my friend back. But if it can stop somebody else being killed or harassed and basically having their life ruined, because don't forget, Amy was completely isolated as well. She couldn't have a boyfriend. She couldn't see her friends. She couldn't do anything because anybody who was around her would be liable to attack as well. So, it was just a total isolation and a total spectrum harassment on her.
Wow.
And I'm very, very sorry for everything, and I'm very sorry for having to speak out, but I believe it's fundamentally important to do so for all the reasons that I outlined.
We Americans think you British are way too polite. You do not have to apologize for telling the truth, ever. And we are deeply, as I said, grateful. I cannot ignore that before her death, she said it.
So let's go into so that's about the scientists. Isn't that crazy, y'all? Isn't that crazy? There was some more scientists missing. Didn't they have a plane that crashed that all these scientists was on? Y'all remember that? They had a plane that crashed. They had all these scientists on. All right, so now we're going to go into some more Ashley Janae updates. We started yesterday and we really didn't get a chance to go into it because uh, we were talking about DVD earlier. So, we ran into some time. So let's get into it. So these are some Ashley Janae's updates. All right. So let's go into the backstory because everybody don't know everything, right? Everybody don't know everything. Hold on, let me set up the clip. Okay. So everybody don't know everything. So let me go into my notes first, and I want to give everybody a backstory on the Ashley Janae Joe McCann case. Okay. Ashley Janae. Hey, Slurry. Hey, Siri. What's up, Siri? Thank you so much for the orange heart. Everybody keep tapping. Everybody get your orange heart. Everybody join the Discord. Okay. Join the Discord. I put the tappers in there for Android and Apple. So you got to join the Discord to get the information. And that way you have to sit there going like this for your face. Not only for me, you can use it on everybody. All right. Not only on Miss Knockout, you can use it on anybody. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into this. So Ashley Janae, her real name was Ashley Robertson, and Ashley was from New Jersey. So Ashley had dreams of being an aspiring model. So she moved to Miami, right? Hold on, let me switch this around. So Ashley moved to Miami for a better life and to pursue her dreams, right? When you want to be an actor, you go to Cali or New York. When you want to do Broadway, you go to New York, maybe Chicago. If you want to be a model, you go to Miami, right? And she went out there to Miami. Miami has a particular lifestyle in which Boom 808 grew up out there. She came up here and she told us about it, right? And I've watched a lot of reports on it that when you go out to Miami, you got to be in with you got to look good. If you don't look good, you can't get into parties. They discriminate, you know what I'm saying, with skin color and, your looks. You know what I'm saying? So, you got to be pretty, or you got to be with somebody that's rich, or you got to have status, you know what I'm saying? And then you could get in. It's that type of town. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, like, levels. Like, they want you to be a certain aesthetic on a certain level. They got yachts out there, people out there in the bikinis. They got, parties out there, pool parties, yacht parties. And so Ashley went out to Miami to become a model, and she did, right? So now I see a lot of reports saying she was a 304. She was chasing men for money. She was going over to Dubai. She probably was doing that with him. Okay. Joe Buttons confirmed that she really loved that dude, that she was really seeing him. He wasn't no 304 date. You know what I'm saying? What would he be considered what we call a trick? A trick? Yeah, Hancock said tricking. It ain't tricking if you got it, Hancock. It ain't tricking if you got it. Right? Some people, maybe are there long-term tricks and short-term tricks? I don't know. Right? But Joe Button said that she really loved that dude. He wasn't no trick. She really was in a relationship with this dude. Right? And she had a lot of modeling gigs in which she posted and reposted on her pages, and people thought that she was men tricking. They thought it was men tricking on her and flying her all over the place, and going to Dubai to get pooped on, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, these was her modeling pictures. This is what, see, I did my research. This is what people, they got it twisted. You know what I'm saying? They mistook her elaborate pictures that she got from her job that she was working, that she was actually working and making a bag. She had contracts with wig companies. She had a contract with a flower company, clothing, you know. She had a couple of contracts. She did music videos, right? You know, so the picture with her with that bouquet of flowers and you see it get her getting on the plane, right? You immediately thought, and the public immediately thought that's a trick that brought her those flowers, right? But during my research, I found out that she works for that flower company. Those are staged pictures with those flowers. Those are pictures that she took because she was contracted with them to promote their flowers. And the public took that and said that she's a 304, she's getting flowers. Look, they're tricking on her, right? So we definitely a lot of judging going on with the public. Me, I don't know what she was doing because I'm not hanging with her. So I don't know if she's, getting people to trick on her, you know. But my research did tell me that she was modeling for all these accounts and then putting it on her social media, right? She started dating Joe back in 2024. Go to my notes, right? She started dating Joe back in 2024, right? She met him at an event on the Miami parties, on the Miami scene, not even the party scene, just on the Miami scene, right? Now, Sloan Bella, who was here when I played the psychic? I should play it again, right? A lot of people missed it. Who was in the room? Say yes or no when I played Sloan Bella, because Sloan Bella also predicted what was going to happen to Diddy a year before it happened. Before anything happened to Diddy, not one thing, Sloan Bella predicted his whole shiznit. Okay, so Cindy wasn't here. I might have to play it again. Situation say he wasn't here. Okay, so we're going to go through the case, and then I'm going to play this psychic reading again because y'all got to see it. Yeah, y'all got to see it. So we're going to go through the updates first, and then I'll play Sloan Bella because I want people that don't know about the case to know about the case first. Because if I play the psychic read it first, people ain't going to know what they're reading. Okay? Jennifer, you missed it? Okay, we're going to play it again. So stick around. All right? So she started going with Joe back in 2024. She met him on the Miami scene. Now, Sloan Bella, I'm going to be jumping in and out and around. Okay, Sloan Bella, the psychic, said that he spotted her and then he got somebody that was with him to set him up with her in the vicinity and introduce him. Because she is a beauty. She was a beauty. Hey, Aaliyah. Hey, Deshaun is back. She was a beauty. She was a looker. Beautiful girl. Beautiful. It's so sad. Right? She didn't even get to live the best part of her life. She didn't get to live it. Right? So she started dating Joe. And who is Joe McCann? So Joe McCann, let me go to my notes. Okay. Joe McCann worked for himself. He owned his company. I'm trying to pull up my notes. Hold on, y'all. So I got a lot of notes here. So Joe McCann is a Miami crypto entrepreneur. All right, and he had his own company, and it was called Asymmetrics, right? In which let me find these notes, right? Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at Joe now. So Joe, right? He owned his own company. He dealt with crypto. All right. He did a lot of conferences. He appeared to be a straight businessman. Okay. And let's see, I pull up my notes. I don't want a quick answer. I don't want the quick answer. So hold on. Hold on. His company name is, I pronounce it right. So Joe McCann, right, is a 45-year-old Miami CEO, and he's a man. He's the man at the center of this. He on the trip that they took, we will later talk about. He became her fiance later. Okay, and he owned his own company, Asthmetrics, and Joe worked on Wall Street. Okay, Joe also was a DJ. He threw rave parties. So Joe had a bit of a life. Okay, he also ran record labels and he co-owned a clothing company with his brother. He was also CTO of one of New York's top ad agencies. Joe did a lot. Look at that. So he's a creative person, all right, and he had an edge in crypto, and he's a self-taught programmer. Ooh, look at what they got in here: hacker, allegedly, and creative technologist. So he's an expert hacker. He could go on Ashley's phone and find out everything what she's talking about. That means, right? That means he could go in Ashley's phone and find out who she's talking to. Wow. Joe, you was doing all of that, Joe? Right? So he got into crypto. So he moved to Mississippi in 2001 to 2004 before returning to Portland. And later bounced between New York City and San Francisco, with the Passport Capital hedge fund. And then finally, he wound up in Miami, right? He had no major scandals in his pre-crypto days. You know what I'm saying? So he just had a tech finance grind. He ran a label, clothing company, right? So they called him a philosophy bro with a good complex, and he was opinionated on X about Solana and macro trends and the risk. And he rarely posted Ashley publicly, but posted his ex heavily. So he didn't post his current girlfriend. He posted his ex. Okay, he was married allegedly. His wife was an African American woman. All right, and they had 2 kids. And then when he had that second kid coming, he bounced on her. So now she's pregnant. This is his first wife. She's pregnant with the second kid. He bounced on her. What's up, Queen? Right? And he went back to the streets. Right? So now he's in Miami. Ashley's in Miami. I'm trying to paint the picture, y'all. Right? So in early 2022, I want to show you who Ashley is and who Joe is. Okay? Through 2022, Joe is the founder and the CEO of Asmetric Financial, a Miami-based modern crypto digital assets hedge fund and venture firm. That means that they fund like small ventures trying to come up, right? And it positions itself at the intersection of technology, capital, and culture. It wasn't your average fund. He got a lot of acclaim and a lot of accolades for it. He was backed by major names: Mark Andreessen, Chris Dixon and Circle Inc. and Solana founders, Coin Fund, etc. So he had a lot of big people around him, right? He had a big boom in 2024. His liquid portfolio exploded from 195 million to 395 million, right? So remember that year, 2024, his portfolio explodes from 195 million to 395 million, and then boom, he gets with Ashley. So don't you find it like funny that he gets with a girl that looks like Ashley, right? And to me, I don't know, like everybody know who they like. We can't say who people like or who people belong together with, but as far as the way they look together, I would say it was kind of awkward for me. You know, it looks like um she wouldn't be ordinarily the kind of girl that he would pull. His ex-wife looks more of like the girl that he would pull, right? Hey, Kimberly. Hey, Kimberly. I'm on Bigo. I'm on Bigo. I don't know if you're over there, right? If you are, So his portfolio, everybody we talking about the Ashley Janae case and Joe McCann, the young woman who went over on a birthday trip with her boyfriend, Joe McCann, and mysteriously was unalive, and they're telling us it's a suicide, but we don't believe them. They need more people. So we're going to keep this story alive till they tell us what really happened. Okay, glad. Yeah, same name, one word. Miss Knockout. Put Miss Knockout, one word, you'll find me. Right? So 2024, his portfolio boomed to 395. Then he got with Ashley. Okay? Ashley got with her. Baller. All right? During this surge, okay, the crypto surge on the man that starts with the T return. Remember the man that starts with T had all these pumps and dumps and the pumps and the bumps where he was selling all his memes, and now they ain't worth nothing. All his worms, his memes ain't worth nothing. Melania's memes worth nothing. Those people put all this money in these memes, then they gather up all the money, and then they take them, they run off with the money, and the coin is worthless. It's called the pumps and the bumps. Oh no, that's Hammer. My bad. It's called a pump and dump. That's the Hammer song. Pumps and a dump, pumps and a bump. Everybody in the pumps and the bump. Remember that? Okay, so was once ranked number one performing hedge fund globally across all asset classes. Wow. He launched Asmetrics Information, an AI-driven risk analysis platform for crypto portfolios, acquired by MG Stover LLC in early 2025. But in 2025, Joe McCann had a meltdown, right? And Liquid Alpha Fund lost 78 to 80% in massive drawdowns. One investor reportedly was down 10 million. Joe publicly wound down the liquid trading strategy in July 2025, admitting that this is clearly no longer serving our LPs. He pivoted hard to longer term blockchain infrastructures, Solana focused treasury deals. One was 1.5 billion SPA and DEFI Bitcoin L2 Ventures. As of 2026, he manages 240 million across all funds, but still active, bruised, but still active, but bruised reputation. right? So now in 2025, he takes a little hit. But once again, his poor ain't our poor. His losing money ain't our losing money, right? So he lost money in 2025. And you know what you know what happens when you lose money. But when you dating a girl like Ashley, she don't care nothing about you losing money. You better get on this private jet. We out, right? So he did have an ex-wife, okay, and he married. Her name was Shea Shay Jackson in 2018. Okay, they had a dreamy, nature-filled wedding at the greenhouse at Driftwood in Texas. Shea is a brand marketer and with 15 years corporate experience. Okay, she's a LinkedIn pro, a non-celebrity. Okay, she was an African American woman, right? And they divorced in 2021. So Ashley's not a home wrecker, all right? So go ahead with that, all right? She met him in 2024, and he left his wife 2021. After 3 kids, okay, my bad. I said 2 kids. They have 3 kids. They have 2 young kids together, under 4 at the time, and split. Okay. And then reportedly, word on the curve is that he left her when she was pregnant with the 3rd kid. Right? So the ties that Joe had we're going to get up to that trip in a minute, but I want to talk about Joe a minute so you'll know exactly who he is and the ties he had with the people over there in Tanzania. Okay? 0 pre-existing business or personal ties. All right? So word on the curb is that he got investments over there in Tanzania. It ain't his first rodeo over there in Tanzania. He's been over there. He stayed at the resort. The locals know him. And allegedly, he has shares and stocks in the hotel and in the transportation vehicles to get people to and from the hospital. All right? So now let's get to the trip. So Ashley decides for her birthday, she wants to go to Africa, to Tanzania. Right? And first they went to the resort where they got all the animals at. The giraffe is sticking his head in the window and you feeding the giraffes out of the bucket. Right? And there's all these wild animals there and they're interacting with you. I'm just imagining myself waking up and seeing it, and I'm like this, right? And then I wake up and then a giraffe's head is coming down over here and I'm like, ah! Because I don't know where I'm at because I'm just waking up. Ah! Right? So then that's the first hotel they went to with the animals. Okay, they went and stayed there. Then they moved to a second hotel. Right? And in the second hotel, now this is the sticky part. Because we weren't there. We got to rely on the words of the peoples and use our common sense of what to believe and what not to believe. We got to use our common sense, right? So they go to the second spot, resort, villa, and then they're fighting, and the neighbors account that they're fighting until they had a big fight. Now, they first reported that they had this big fight, right? They said that he's seeing other girls, allegedly. Nobody said what the fight was exactly about. Everything is sketchy from this point. That's why we're trying to decipher what happened. Because we can't believe everything we hear, evidently, in which we will hear, right? So initially they said that they got into a big fight. They were separated. He was putting down 8 minutes away. She stayed there. The worker came in. You need any help? She said, oh, come back. but I do need a charger. He gave her a charger. He left the room. He came back, but he didn't come back soon. He was making his rounds in the resort, and he eventually came back, and that's when he found her unalive, right? Now, they're trying to tell us it's a sewer city, but we don't believe 1 minute that it's a sewer city. And read between the lines. I'm not pronouncing the word right on purpose, okay? Because social media apps don't like that word when you say it outright. I don't like it. Because now you're talking about, people harming, Charmin, harming, arming. Right? You like my glasses? Thank you, Jelly. Thank you. So he came back. It was dark. He said he found her hanging fire from the wardrobe. That was one story. Now, as we're going through this, the stories change. So then she gets rushed. They said she's still alive, right? She drops. I thought that was strange too. How she just dropped by herself by you just opening the door? How she just dropped by herself? Right? That sounds sketchy. It don't add up. So they get her to the hospital. She's still alive. And then she succumbs to whatever injuries she has in the hospital. Right? And now they're telling a different story in which we will go over here. All right? And then Joe took 12 hours to call the family, her mother and father, to tell them that something happened to her daughter. But in the midst of this, we forgot this part. It's her birthday. Joe dropped down on one knee before all of this happened and proposed to her. With a fiance like this, who needs enemies? So let's listen now. The family spoke. The family said she called them. They said that what they were doing over there, said that they were fighting. Right? Joe calls her 11 hours later. The family then raises and puts up a GoFundMe to raise money to get over there and find out what's going on with their daughter, but they never make it over there. Eventually, the body is flown back over here, and now they're having the funeral tomorrow. Right? So what happened to Ashley Jeanette? Because we don't believe that it was a sewer city. We believe that it was due to somebody. But now the story is changing. The locals are talking. Loose lips, sink ships. Now they're saying that the hotel's covering up for Joe. Joe got money. He's over there paying everybody off, allegedly. He's also friends with the owner of the resort he was staying at. And allegedly he has stock in the resort and he has stock in hospital transportation. So now they're saying, allegedly, that Ashley been unalived in the room. He never left the room and was split up from her. She was unalive when they came in there to spray, and they wrapped her up in a blanket and took her to the hospital. We don't know what to believe. So let's listen to this update clip. All right, let's listen. So this is Sheba. She did a really good job in covering the case. All right, Joe. So they got a little commercial. Everybody continue tappifying, sharifying. If you're on the beat, thank you for the taps.
Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Thank you. All right, everybody.
My name is Shayna, and I'm the CEO of Baskin Lather Co. I'm also a licensed nurse practitioner. Baskin Lather Co. is a natural hair growth brand catered towards not only growing, but
that's a very popular hair growth brand.
Probably should have already had it done or received the results.
Let's go back. All right, so we're gonna get into it. She talked. So this woman made contact with a couple of locals over there. Once again, we don't know what to believe. So everybody, let's absorb the info and let's use our common sense to decipher what's real and what's Memorex. Okay? So let's listen. Hold on. Let's get back to the top. Everybody tapify, everybody shareify. Welcome to the room. If you're on Y to the Tubesy, make sure you give this video a thumbs up. All right? A thumbs up, everybody. Wow, yesterday we had 22 people in the room. I guess because I don't know how it's. I'm just learning YouTube, see. So we'll see. All right. So let's see. I'm trying to go back to the beginning. We don't want to skip anything. All right. So let's see. All right. So let's listen.
Are you LLC curious? Wondering, is it time to make my business official? With Busy, forming your LLC is simple, fast, and starts at $0. You just pay the state fee. No confusing jargon, no hidden fees.
It's too crazy out there. I don't know if I'm going.
And I'm. Let me just give you the rundown. In the middle of the night, I received a message from a local in Zanzibar. Okay. And they said, we're needing to jump on a call with you. We have some information on the Ashley Janae case. However, let me go back to it. Let me pull it up because I don't want to misquote anybody. It's important that I give you word for word, and I'm not going to disclose identities. They said, I'm going to paraphrase. We have some information regarding the Ashley Janae case. I'm coming to you with a bit of anonymity, though we don't have the same freedom of speech here as you all do in the United States. We can get in big trouble for speaking up on things like this. And they said a little bit more, and I'm going to leave it out because I have to absolutely make sure this person cannot be identified. Can we hop on a quick call? And they said some more stuff. I said, how? And I responded, hey, all things will be kept confidential. And for the sake of confidentiality, what I said is, I keep all of my sources confidential. And the only way to ensure that is for me not to hop on the call. Therefore, you know you're not being recorded. I take sources very, very seriously. And I'll go the extra mile to ensure their comfortability with me. So the only way to get...
When you get information, you got to keep it confidential. A real good journalist never reveals their source. Okay? Don't forget your heart me. Okay, let's listen.
Guarantee safety is let's not do a call. Therefore, you know, you can sleep good at night. Queen Sheba did not record me, and I never have, never will, right? But that's the only way when a person is coming, putting things on the line, telling you things that they should not be. Let's make sure we handle this the right way. So I gave them a recommendation on how to get me the information, and they came back. Now, before we get into the thick of it, let me just say this. Baby, when I tell you the hills have eyes, and you never know what a person will or will not do. We're talking authorities. We're talking people at the resort. We're talking man, woman, child. My husband told me his mom has always told him, don't trust nobody. And I thought that was probably some of the harshest advice that anybody could give, considering love and, you know, all of that. And I said, well, why would anybody say that? But now I get it. Like the old folks say, just keep on living. Just keep on living. And now I get it, why a woman would raise her kids to be on the lookout, to stay vigilant, to keep your head on the swivel. Mm-hmm. So don't ever get too comfortable around anybody, because you never know what people are capable of doing.
Right.
We turn on the news every day. We hear of men unaliving women, taking out themselves, taking out the women that they pledged their lives to. They pledged to honor, provide, protect. They're taking out their kids. I mean, we're just seeing things that people saying we are living in the last days. It's revelation upon revelation upon revelation upon revelation. We're seeing horrifying things happen to children by the hand of men, women, and including other children. So, baby, don't ever say you know for 1,000 what anybody will do. You keep your motherfucking head on a swivel when it comes to everybody, including your own.
Right.
Including your own, because the devil is busy.
The devil
and when
is
we
busy.
think about living in the days of the last days and in the days of revelation, where they will become lovers of themselves. Let me say this before I get into the nitty gritty, and I'm gonna try not to keep y'all too long. Ashley had no idea that she was walking into a lion's den. I'm gonna tell you that, and I'm gonna stand on that. Joe McCann was the best thing and the worst thing that happened to Ashley Janae, Ashley Robinson. Well, what you mean by that? You're going to have to follow me very closely because I'm going to speed this thing along and I may not have time to just break it down, because y'all have been with me for a while. Joe McCann was the best thing and the worst thing to happen to Ashley Janae by ways of Ashley's eyes. Now, she didn't know he was the worst until she had her final moment with him in that room alone. Now, let me just say this. According to my source,
that's crazy.
The hotel lied. I hesitate to say the police commander, because they can only go by what the hotel has told them. Because some of you are going to say, well, the police commander, remember, they're only taking in the account of the resort. According to the source, the person that's there right now that's saying, listen, you have to promise. You're not going to say who I am. We got the information. They lied. Joe and Ashley were never separated. That's why y'all aren't going to get the video footage. They were never separated.
Wow.
They lied. Now we go back. August 4th, they check into this hotel, this resort, right? And the people, villa number, 24. Was it 24 that called? They were in 25. Hold on. They were in Villa 24. Villa 25 called for help. And they were supposedly put Joe in 65, right? Yeah.
That's what they said.
Now, we kept saying, what the hell was the difference?
So this is the story they was running in at first. And it was something about the story that's just like, I don't know. I just didn't, like, it just didn't sit well with me. Right?
Between April 4th to April 8th. Why would Villa 25, after putting up with shucking and jiving for 4 days, all of a sudden call security because she was in there fighting for her life? That's why they called. She was in there fighting for her life, according to my source. You remember we said,
wow,
hold on now. They was into it before 4 days. Somehow, of all the days. Now, you got to think about the holes and the inconsistencies to us. And we said, this just don't sound right. Watch this. She wasn't moved. He wasn't moved. Listen to this. April 4th, they come in fighting. April 5th, fighting. April 6th, fighting. April 7th, fighting. Villa 25 got used to it. What would make Villa 25 pick up the phone after 4 days? They picked it up on the 5th day. Why do you say that? April 4th counts. This is how they count the days. The full day of April 4th, 1. The full day of April 5th, 2. The full day of April 6th, 3. The full day of April 7th, 4. The full day of April 8th. That's 5 days. What would make screaming, thank you, fighting for her life in that room? That's where Villa 25 picks up the phone. Watch this. Joe McCann, up until that moment, was the best thing that ever happened to Ashley Janae. Why do you say that? He was the best thing. He was different than any other man. It makes me think of many years ago. I went to a car lot, to a car dealership to purchase a car. Now, I had a car, but I knew I needed a new one because the one I had started giving me problems where it became more expensive to repair it and to keep it than to get a new one. So I go shopping. I get to the car dealership, and I sat in a car that I fell in love with. It was an Equinox. My first time ever seeing one, feeling one, touching one. I wanted that car so bad I was willing to do anything. My first time seeing a navigation system, big old sunroof like that. And I didn't qualify for the car. At that point, I didn't qualify. But baby, when I tell you I cried and cried, I was so down about not getting that car. I kept going back to that dealership to see if they had anything like that. That was maybe an older version. I was stuck on that car. Well, I didn't know at that moment that I could have way better than an Equinox.
Thank you.
Way better. Didn't even know the next car, even though I didn't get the Equinox, I would get something way better than that. But I was focused on the Equinox because hell, I was coming out of a Malibu.
Thank you, Belkis.
So you couldn't tell me that this Equinox wasn't better than that damn Malibu that I had.
Thank you so much, Belkis.
That's all I'm saying.
She wanted her that car.
Joe was an Equinox.
Joe was an Equinox. I knew she was right.
She was coming out of a Malibu. That's why he was the best thing that ever happened to her.
See?
People say, you want an Equinox? Baby, consider what I was coming out of, a Malibu. Yes, I wanted that Equinox. Best thing. I'm touching leather. See, oh, this go back like that. Now, what? I can turn this on and it's going to take me. Oh, this is nice. Best thing that I ever touched. It would cost me a lot. I was going to have to get a second job and do it, but I wanted it. I was willing to pay the price for it. At such a young age, not knowing anything, not even experiencing any other car lines, any other models. And I remember the guy I was dating said, you got to go look at other cars. I said, I don't want to. I want that car. It took him weeks to convince me to go look. I didn't want to. I had already fallen in love because I had a first experience that was way better than the Malibu. And to me, nothing else could measure up to that. So I can very well see how Joe McCann could be the best thing that she's ever laid eyes on. The best. He's whisking her all around the world. And keep in mind, if you keep in mind what was going on in Joe's life during that time, he had just struck gold. 2 years after entering into the crypto industry, he struck gold. But he also started to fall from.
Remember what I told you in 2024 that he went from 195 million to 300 and something million. So he struck gold.
Grace real fast because about 90 days after being with Ashley, he started to experience financial problems. He was losing money, not at the rate that he lost it while he was in Zanzibar, but he was losing money. Now, if you go back, I think either it's The Mind of Lilith or Sloan Bella. Both of them did a reading on Ashley Janae, and both of them were really close in what they said. One of them said,
wait, what's the other one she said?
Ashley's friends and family don't know this.
What's the other psychic she said, Joe? Let's listen.
To convince me to go look. I didn't want to. I had already fallen in love because I had a first experience that was way better than the Malibu. And to me, nothing else could measure up to that. So I can very well see how Joe McCann could be the best thing that she's ever laid eyes on. The best. He's whisking her all around the world. And keep in mind, if you keep in mind what was going on in Joe's life during that time, he had just struck gold. 2 years after entering into the crypto industry, he struck gold. But he also started to fall from grace real fast because about 90 days after being with Ashley, he started to experience financial problems. He was losing money, not at the rate that he lost it while he was in Zanzibar, but he was losing money. Now, if you go back, I think either it's The Mind of Lilith or Sloan Bella. Both of them did a reading on Ashley Janae.
Everybody that's just coming in, we're covering the Ashley Janae case, the girl who went to Africa and was unalive, and they're trying to tell us it was a suicide, read between the lines. And we know very well, damn well, different than that. We ain't going for it. All right. And we're trying to figure it out. But it happened in Tanzania and we're in the US. So we got a lot of figuring to do. All right. So let's listen.
Both of them were really close in what they said. One of them said,
"Hey,
Ashley's friends and family don't know this because Ashley hid it, but they believe that Joe may have started to become really aggressive with Ashley earlier on in the relationship."
Oh, thank you, Shima.
So now that I know that he started losing money about 90 days into his courtship of going public with her, not behind the scenes. See, we really don't know when they hooked up. We just know when they went public. And the only reason we know when they went public is because she posted him. He never posted her.
See?
He was showing up with Ashley.
So that's another thing. That's another thing. So she was posting him a mile a minute on her page, right? But he really posted her. He was posting about his crypto, his businesses, and he posted his ex-wife. So why you leave your ex-wife on the third baby, but you still posting her on the social media and you not posting Ashley nowhere? Why you ain't posting Ashley? You traveling all around and going around, right? But then again, we ain't in a conversation. Like, there's a conversation when you're dealing with people. There's levels and titles. Some people are together all the time, seeing each other as friends with benefits. They appear to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but when you talk with the man, or it can even be vice versa, they don't really want no relationship. They just going all around with you. You know what I'm saying? And and getting a little bit of something from you, and that's it. You ain't they man, but for him to go to the fiance level, I would think that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, right? You don't just jump from friends with benefits to fiance mode. So why you ain't post her on your page? No time. That's really strange and weird and odd to me. If I'm somebody's fiance and you ain't post, you still ain't posting me to the page. Well, she just got fiancéed out in Africa. But if you my man, you don't have to post me every day, right? But at least, happy birthday. He didn't say happy birthday to her. Nothing. They was together 24, 25, 26. He had enough time to say happy birthday. Oh, I'm so proud of you. You did this, or something happened. You did that. Ooh, I'm so proud of you. He didn't post nothing. No murk. Nothing. Right? So that's one thing that stands out that's odd to me. It's like, do you really like this woman? It's almost like Clay and Thomas and Meg. You did all of that just to come to the end and tell Megan that you don't know if you could be monogamous. You didn't know that you couldn't be monogamous before you stuck your beefcake in Megan, sir, Mr. Clay. Hold on, y'all. They want me to verify myself on the clock. That dude, Clay Thomas, knew that he wasn't going to be faithful to Megan. I'm telling you. These men's and them out here, y'all will do anything for some cootie cat. Y'all act like y'all are going to the altar to get that cootie cat. Y'all act like y'all going to the altar, y'all get married to get that cootie cat. Forget about it. All right, let's listen.
Show events, business conferences, galas, everything. Whatever she represented in that moment was a big deal. Thank you. You said Sloan said it. Thank you so much. So when I did the math, I said, damn, she's spot on. Because if you go back and track his history of his highs and lows, and a lot of that content creators don't like that technical stuff, right? Because that's not entertaining. Oh yeah, he lost 100 million. You see, a lot of us tend to hang on to sensationalized content. because the other stuff can be a bit boring, but the other stuff will fill in the gaps for you and kind of paint a bigger picture of what was happening in real time. So Sloan, you were spot on, because about 90, oh my gosh, hold on.
What's up, Slade? Hey. Everybody come on in. Everybody continue tapping. We're talking about the Ashley Janae case with Joe McCann. Okay, we're trying to get the bottom of it.
Lysol disinfectant spray can prevent mold and mildew growth. Spray it every week.
Hey, Kayla. Hey.
There's a reason firefighters always win water fights.
Everybody come on in. How y'all enjoying the show so far?
Just
all
like
right.
There's a reason.
We after this, we're gonna go through the psychic readings because we like that stuff too. We want to see what they said because we gotta get to the bottom of it.
I had no idea.
Who made you the teller of my truth? The whole world. That's your
Oh, who was that? Oh, that's Love and Love and Hip Hop Atlanta is ending. I heard. I heard Love and Hip Hop is ending. Right? Did y'all hear that? Which Love and Hip Hop is ending? Is it Miami? Let's listen.
So,
Rev! Hey, Rev!
Sorry about that.
What's up with you? How are you?
He started to have problems. So when you go back,
Rev, you was on the B app, right?
And I talked about the picture on the aircraft, and y'all are saying, "Oh my gosh, she never noticed him looking at her like that, like she was a piece of meat." She knew what he was looking at. That was a horny, predatory man. We're on trips. I'm flying you all over the world. See, you have to give up something in exchange for that. You give, even if you make your husband, you go on vacation, your husband.
This just in. Oh, I can't wait for this. Okay, we definitely gonna be on this. So Bondi is, so you know, the man that starts with a T. Okay, if anybody don't know, that's the man in the big White House, right? We call him the man whose name starts with the T, because I don't like saying his name in the clock line because then they start monitoring. So he is panicking right now because this just him. Okay. Bondi agrees to testify. Before, she wouldn't testify because he didn't want her to testify because he didn't want them in there grilling and her getting caught up with the EpiPen files. And now he fired her, and guess what? She's testifying. So that's for another day, boy. I can't wait. Let's listen.
Given first class, he's going to joke about, "Ooh, I'm going to get lucky tonight," in the most beautiful way. Now imagine a monster and what a monster is expecting. Can we really talk here today? Can we talk here today and completely be adults? So, husbands expect a little get down on it. Yeah, I'm paying for this. I'm taking my wife all around the country. We're getting away for a little bit of what? Couple time. We've left the kids behind. We've left the world behind. This is going to be very romantic. Yes, give her all of the champagne she wants. Actually, the more, the better. The more, the better. I want her to have a good time. But see, the look that you all saw with Joe was predatory, freaky, nasty. 30 Shades of Black, 30 Shades of vile, disgusting, diabolicalness. That's different. That's somebody that's waiting to devour you. So I could easily see him having mood swings about money and then being pissed off about losing money that you thought you had when you're riding first class.
She's right about that. These guys like that make all this money, and he lost a great amount of money after shooting up to 395 million. I wouldn't put it past him taking it out on Ashley and that being sparking like his mood swings, sparking these little arguments, you know what I'm saying? Because he's in a hissy because he's losing all his money. You know what I'm saying? That's a good one. The EpiPen. Yeah, that's the code name for that. And I say it like that, Rita, right? So that the bots can't monitor that I'm talking about that. That's why I switched that around. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of ways that I get through and around the bots that monitor us. You got to know these tricks, right? On the B app too. You know, they got all these apps got these AI bots that monitor us. Got to get around it, right? So I could see him having mood swings about losing money and taking it out on Ashley. Let's listen.
Business first, not even first class, business first, premier seats to Dubai. And you're clocking on your phone that you just lost millions of dollars. Now you're mad about having to pretend to be something that you're not when your entire world is crumbling all around you. So Sloan was spot on when she said there may have been a little bit of aggressiveness, if not DV, domestic violence, earlier on in the relationship. But because Ashley was sold to the idea of the equinox, because she's coming out of a Malibu, she hid it. She became enamored in the possibilities. Oh my God, in her 20s, premier access, private clubs, crypto galas, conferences.
She got to all that stuff.
Courtside seats. And if you go back and really start to look at the behavior, I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience. If you start to see how Ashley looked so innocent and precious before she got with him, she had a girl-like look. Even though she was in her 20s, she still looked like a girl. He upped the ante. He changed her clothes. Pretty woman. You remember when Julia Roberts,
Pretty Woman,
in Pretty Woman, was a streetwalker and she had fallen asleep in Richard Gere's hotel?
Well, Ashley wasn't.
And he pulled that wig off of her and exposed that beautiful, beautiful red hair, right? And wonder why in the world would she cover up such enamored beauty? It was the opposite of what Joe did. Richard Gere encouraged her to be her best natural self. Joe didn't want the natural from Ashley. He needed to doctor her up a little bit. Ashley started to change over the course of the 12 months that she was public with Joe. A different look. Go back and look. At first, she had a little swoop, her little bun, her little ponytail. You can still tell she was really young. He didn't want that. He wanted to give her a sex appeal that was undeniable.
Thank you, Siri. Hey, Lizzie, thank you.
That was completely undeniable. And he sexed her up. And it reminds me of the song, I Wanna Sex You
I was
Up
just thinking that.
All night. Make you feel good. That's what you saw on that airplane. Now, one thing we've known, or we do understand or come to know, in situations like this with powerful men, rich men, a lot of them don't sleep. Black, white, fat, skinny, tall. A lot of them don't sleep.
TV, Miss KO. Thank you, Miss KO.
Because they become so enamored with their own sexual desires. They stay up. And they have a little bit of assistance to be able to stay up and go on and on and on. And a lot of them don't like or prefer not to be in the United States.
She's going to talk about what the locals are saying in a minute. Don't worry, we're going to get to it, yo.
They're whisking these girls around in countries and places where men can pay to do things to women that women will never utter out loud.
Oh.
Under the guise of being an Instagram model.
Well,
we know what happens.
Everybody got their price. All right? If somebody offered you $10 million, they said you're going to get $10 million. Tax-free money. Right? We're going to make sure it's tax-free, $10 million. You just got to come to Dubai, and then you got to let us take a poopity dupe on you. One time, you know what I'm saying? Poopity dupe. Right? Would you do it? Yes or no? For $10 million. Would you do it? Now, I think some people would do it, but they won't utter it out loud. Like she said, no. Everybody said no. No. Lizzie said no. Slay said no. Everybody's saying no. Heck no. Heck no. Yes. Cindy said... Cindy said, dare to be different. Yes. Hell no. Shirley said, hell no. So look, Cindy, I ain't mad at you, Cindy. Cindy said, I'm going to take that $10 million. I could wash the caca off. Remember, single forever. Dr. Cherie said, no, ma'am. No ma'am, bama lamb. You ain't cockeying on me. Everybody got their price. Everybody got their price. Okay, how about 50 million? How about 50 million? Would you let them do it yet? Again, you fly to Dubai, you do an hour session, you have dinner, they take you somewhere, they poopity doop on you, and then you chill for a day or two, then you go home. You got $50 million. Would you do it then? Would you do it then? Yes. Kimberly said yes. AB said hell no. Sorry. Okay, AB still sticking to the no. Still sticking to the no. You know, you wash the poop off and then you come home. Nobody ain't got to know nothing. Slave Bray said nope. Nope. Okay, what about 100 million? What about 100 million? Damn. Yes for the 50 million. Rita said yes for the 50 million. I could see that, Miss K. I can't see that, Miss KO. Okay. Well, no 50 million. Okay, so two of y'all said 50 million. They have cameras. Yeah, they got cameras, but you in a whole nother state. You in a whole nother state. Who cares about those cameras? Nobody's gonna know when you come home. Suppose they say everything is all confidential. We'll sign paperwork that I'm gonna keep it confidential, right? 15% of that 50 million shower time. Kim said she gonna jump in the shower. Next thing, your pictures on a movie screen. Well, you know, I never seen a movie yet where the person got cockeyed on. I have never seen a movie yet. All right. What about 100 million? Let's see if I'm trying to turn these no's into yeses. I'm trying to turn these no's into yeses. What about $100 million? $100 million. Would you let somebody poopity doop on you? For $100 million, they come, you come, they poopity doop on you. Slay said still no. Slay said no. Shauna said no. Shauna said no. Okay, so now we're gonna test your psyche. We are gonna test your psyche. What if they said you are gonna get a check of $1 billion tax-free money? $1 billion, that's all you. Not for any, okay, Red said not for any amount. I ain't gonna hold you. Out of the billion, I'm taking the billion. I'm taking the billion. Okay. Most people have had baby poo on them for free. Most people have poo. A billion for what? A billion for to go over to Dubai and let them poopity doop on you. Okay. I have to clean my mom's for free. See? Plug the hole. Rita said 100. Okay, without a thought. Cindy said, Cindy said without. Cindy said without a thought. Okay, Cindy said without a thought. Yes. Are you kidding? $1 billion? If somebody offers me $1 billion to fly to Dubai, I go in the room, they poopity doop on you, right? You chat it up for a few seconds and then you're on your way. I think a lot of people would, if no one knew, they go for their $1 million and retire. Yeah, I think a lot of people would do it. They just don't want to tell people that they would do it. It's an inner thought. Okay, let's listen to you.
Dubai with some of these
$1 billion.
women,
I'm telling
women,
you, I'm doing it.
women of color. See, I don't see white girls posting photos of going to Dubai, on a plane to Dubai. But we know these Arabs pay high dollar to do nasty, disgusting things to Black women, women of color. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just get on the internet. And it's very tempting to a girl that's coming out of a Malibu. You get what I'm saying? It's very tempting to a girl that's coming out of a Malibu. So when you're coming out of a Malibu and you experience an equinox and you think it's the best thing that happened to you. And then what if that equinox is introducing you to other men, but you feel safe because he's there with you, assuring that nothing else is going to happen? Ashley bit off more than she can chew. And I know we talked about Joe having business interest over there in Zanzibar, and we talked about him being a partner in the ambulance business and personal and private transportation. Come to find out that is true. He transported her to the hospital. Listen to this, in his own private van, according to my source. He transported her to the urgent care in his own.
So now the story is changing. At first they said, right, that the worker came in there and found her hanging out in the room. Okay, read between the lines. And then she dropped to the floor, right? And then he ran and got help. Right now they're saying that he just unalived her and they never left the room. Let's listen.
Private van. Hold on. Pull up a seat. Let's go.
Well, she got Shamar in there.
There's truth to the fact that him being in partnership over there with a transportation company. Because I thought, why in the hell would he have a van at the resort? Hold on, it gets more interesting. Not only that, he's in partnership. Let me get it. He's in partnership. Hold on. And has a piece of share or ownings with the resort. He's a partner at the resort.
Wow.
Watch this. Hold on. I believe it.
That's why we ain't getting the camera footage. This is why they're not giving up the camera footage to the resort. This is why. Because he owns part of it. He's like, no, don't give him that camera, because the camera footage is going to tell everything. When they went in the room, when they out of the room, how she came out the room. If they show that camera footage, it's going to show whether she came out of that room unalived or alive. Let's listen.
Told y'all the last time I did this, when I was talking about the body being shipped, I went down a rabbit. I know they're not lying. Because I went down a rabbit hole financially. And he does own partnerships and stuff, because when he divorced the first girl, she got a piece of his shares. Remember I told you that on my last video? I said, oh, I didn't know that. The first wife, when he started to lose crypto and companies were changing hands and they were liquidating things, she got a portion of his shares. And I ended the video. I said, listen, what would make a man like him snap? Only God knows. I'm going to tell you, something probably dealing with money.
I guarantee they get offered more money. They will, when money talks money talks and BS walks, right? Oh, don't show them the tape, right? And then somebody comes with 20K and they say, give me those tapes. Ain't nobody gonna know you got me the tapes. Give me the tapes. Right away, sir, right away. Look, I'm in Tanzania too. 20,000, I can live for 2 years like a king. Right away. Money talks.
I'm not going to lose out this time like I did the last time. The only thing I can think is Ashley said, did, or heard something she was not supposed to see. Similar to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So you think these men are in love with you until you fuck around and you find out at the last minute. And they lure you,
Thank you, Ramona.
D4VD, lured Celeste to his home. The Uber, called an Uber for her. 8:40 p.m. April 23rd, 2025. 8:40 p.m. She left her home to never be seen again. 10:10 p.m. the Uber drops her off. An hour and a half drive. That's an expensive Uber, right? 10:10 p.m. the Uber drops her off in front of his house. It's believed that he ambushed her as soon as she walked in the door. 10:30 p.m., he's texting her, according to court documents. Are you there? Are you coming? Are you coming? Are you there? They believe at that time she was already dead. Follow me very closely. This is a young girl, I'm talking Celeste Rivas Hernandez, that was groomed by a monster who thought he loved her only to walk and be lured into her death. He stabbed her to death because she threatened to out him and his predatory behavior and expose him public to all of the horrible things that he was doing to children.
In the lines.
The only thing I can think of that would make sense for whatever happened in that room on the evening of April 8th, 2026 is Ashley discovered some shit that was bigger than her.
Damn, I have to leave.
And she wanted no part of that.
I will be here to see it. Yeah, you'll be able to see it
and
on
men
YouTube.
Like this?
On YouTube. You'll be able to see it. Yes, Cindy. Have a great day.
They will
have a great day.
You out before they allow you to mess with their money, their music careers, their whatever it is. He's already paid.
And that's true. These people are status, like what she's saying about David D4VD. We covered that case yesterday too. You know what I'm saying? You know, all that happened because he was trying to protect his career. He just released the album. His album rolled out the next day or a couple of days after she got unalived. Thank you too. If you do the fashion hour, yes, I'll be back. I'll be back on, y'all. That's why we ain't gonna stay on too much long. We're gonna be on here for a while. I'm not going on anywhere, right? But the red carpet starts about 6:00. I'll find out what time it starts. I'm trying to find out to get out there, but it's saying that it's too late. You know, all the credentials are sent out. It's the day of. I should have thought about it like weeks ago to make the certain contacts to get in the area. I could still go out by the hotels, but I would have to go out there now. You know what I'm saying? I would have to go out to the hotels now because I think the gala starts at 6:00. So, you know, a lot of them coming out the hotels, you know, they cover themselves, they come out the hotels and stuff like that. Phone problems? You always having phone problems, you? Okay, let's listen, y'all.
To the first wife, he be down. And then those men have the nerve to look at you as a piece of meat when they're the ones that are predators. See, they pick these girls on purpose because they already believe that you are below them.
We might not get to the psychic stuff today.
That's why they
we got to do
on
the red carpet.
Because you're below them. So here's what we have. They were never separated in that hotel, in that resort. That was a lie from the pits of hell. Here's the second thing. He transported her to the first hospital in his own personal van.
Wow.
Remember, we talked about it and disclosed over here that he's in partnership with private healthcare and medical transportation. Number 3, he's a part owner in that resort.
See?
He owns shares in that resort. Now, we know that he owns shares with many, many things because his first wife, got a lucrative amount of his shares in different business ventures that he does. He was in business with Iggy Azalea. She said she got out because it's questionable business practices. Now, let's really get into it. You want me to blow your mind right now? And if I got to blow your mind right now, that means I got to admit to you that I made a mistake the other day. Joe McCann is still in Zanzibar.
So why is he still in Zanzibar? I wonder why she keeps showing Shamar's
One bag, infinite possibilities. Kate Spade.
Her name is Sheba.
Hey Siri. Actually, never mind. You don't even listen on it. I've been trying to make this work.
Let me tell you her
honestly,
full name.
It's not me. It's
so
you.
y'all can follow her. She does a great
constantly.
job.
You spell like everyone's name wrong. You
She
keep
does
all
a
my
great
ums
job in
and
covering
rambling
stuff.
and make me sound unprofessional. You only work in your world, your apps. You won't meet me where I actually work. I've met someone who actually gets me and meets me where I am. It's called Whisperflow. Check this out. Hey Cheryl, can you send me the report by end of day Wednesday?
Okay,
Actually,
hold
no,
on,
wait,
we're
never
trying to
mind.
get past the
What I actually meant
emotions.
to say was, can you get it sent to me by Thursday morning? See, Flo actually listens to me and gets it right. I'm sorry, Siri, but I'm moving on. Break up with bad dictation. Try Whisperflow free.
Queen Sheba.
If your booty looks
Queen
like
Sheba.
this,
Her
if your
name
belly
is.
looks like this, and your arms look like this Monday, May 4th, we start Tai Chi Challenge for beginners.
On Monday, May 4th, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners. Build
Queen
strength
Sheba,
and lose
darling.
up belly fat with just
Queen Sheba Darley is her name. Okay.
Oh, let me again. Telling Zanzibar. I thought he had been released because they were going to hold him until the results of the autopsy.
Now,
the police.
I got a question. Why is he being held for questioning that long? We going on what, 3 weeks since this happened? This been going on since the 5th of April. We going on almost a month. Why is Joe being questioned so much? I believe, right? Is she on your YouTube? Yeah, I'm reacting to what she's saying on my YouTube. Yes. Right? Why is he being questioned that long? Because my theory is thank you, Sazzle Dazzle. Thank you. Is that they protected him to keep him quiet. So they keep telling us that he's still being questioned. I believe it's an excuse for him not to talk. Sounds like the case of Shanquella Robinson. It does sound a lot like this case of Shanquella Robinson. It's a lot of similarities. To this day, we never found out what exactly happened to Shanquella. And I hope that this young woman's story doesn't wind up the same way. I hope her story doesn't wind up the same way. Because those friends went scot-free. Right? And when you do that, it sends a signal out to people that they could take people to other countries if they want to murder them. It sends a signal out, right? And we don't want that signal out. We don't want that signal out. We don't want copycats. We never found out what happened to that girl. The U.S. never took control and went over there. Mexico did the bare minimum. They didn't do nothing. They let them get back on the plane. Those friends are still roaming around, and they literally got away with murderation. Thank you, Andrea. Hey, thank you, Rita. Thank you, Andrea. They literally got away with unalivement in the Shanquella Robinson case. What's her name? What was her name? Shanquella, was it Robinson? What was Shanquella's last name? It was Robinson, right? Or am I wrong? Am I getting confused? Because Ashley's last name is Robinson too, ironically. But they brought her over to Mexico, and they had the video up of the friend fighting her, Robinson. Yeah, so Ashley got the same last. Hi, Ashley got the same last name. Wow, what's up, Boom? You know what I'm saying? So that they had the fight video of them fighting her. That was giving jealousy. It's like those friends. It was giving envy and jealousy to me, because when you look at her and you watch the videos and you watch, and I did my research on that back then, right? Shanquella was popping. She was drinking. She was, fabulous. The other ones looked like, they wasn't doing as good as Shanquella. They was just making it on a trip. It was like some hidden animosity. But the point is, they got away with unalivement. Something happened to that girl, talking about she overdrank and they didn't find nothing in her body as far as alky poisoning. They told her parents that she drankified too much. Right? Remember, they told the parents that they drankified? She drankified too much. And the one friend was like, oh, I don't know what happened. I just got here. The fight already happened. But the main girl got away with unalivement murderation. And still out there today. My thing is, if a person does that once, they're capable of doing it away. Or again, I got away with it the first time. I got away with it the first time. What the hell? Right? Let's listen.
commander, what I'm being told, has figured out that he's been swindled by those white men that own that resort. And baby, it is bad. They saying he's in there pooing in the bucket like everybody else. Now, he's not in prison, but they know he did it, and they just got to figure out who's helping him to cover it up.
Oh.
So I made a mistake the other day because I thought they had let him go. Because you remember they said not until we complete the autopsy. So when the family says we got the body, but we didn't get the autopsy, they haven't released the autopsy because they suspect and they know that he killed her. Let me give you the rundown.
Allegedly, everything's
Here we
alleged
go.
in Miss Knockout's
So
life.
what happened was, and let me just say allegedly. This is all alleged because I was not in the room. Number one, this is the first thing the source wants us to know. Ashley and Joe were never separated. The story about being in Villa 24, walking him to Villa 25, 8 to 10 minutes away is a bold-faced lie. That is a lie from the pits of hell, and it came from, watch this, the resort. It came from the resort. They were never separated. Watch this. Ashley was dead in that room. Hold on. Here's the other thing you need to know. Joe, I'm going to say allegedly, but these are the exact words. Joe killed her without intervention.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Joe killed her. And this is how these people talk, without intervention. That means he took her life in that room. All that we call security.
She didn't
and
have
we
a
knock
chance.
and separate them without intervention. Hold on, let's keep going. But remember, I kept saying, well, why are you holding him if he wasn't in the room? That doesn't make sense to hold an innocent man. But I was being very sarcastic. Because something didn't add up. We don't hold innocent people, right? Why is he still in jail? Watch this. Hold on, y'all. It gets worse.
But you said he wasn't in jail. He's being questioned.
And this is all alleged. You got to be very careful. He wrapped up her dead body. I'm telling you word for word.
What?
He wrapped up her dead body in a sheet.
Oh.
And I don't understand this word because it's how they speak. And left the room in a panic to run to the hotel management. So he wrapped her up after he did it. I'm gonna think probably she was naked. She was naked. He wrapped her up, and he was so freaked out that he ran to the management because he's a partner. So they did set the staff up to go into that room to spray the room. Listen, to spray. You remember Lady Rowe came and said, "Whoa! I've been to Zanzibar." And the staff does come in without notice to spray your room because of mosquitoes. Because we kept saying, what the boy is saying, the butler, didn't make sense. Why are you going in this room and it's all dark? Because Ashley told you to come back. Why would you go in a woman's room after you just separated her from being traumatized from a man? And as a man, you just gonna walk up in her room and it's pitch dark, she can be asleep? All of that is a lie. Lies from the pits of hell. What happened is they set up another staff. So it's more than likely we need to go with the original story. Remember when the police commander first came out and said, when the report first came out, we got to go all the way back. I'm gonna pull it up. The initial report said somebody went into that room to clean or whatever. Well, that was the person that went into spray for mosquitoes. They found the body, allegedly. Watch this. Let me continue, and then we'll go back and read the conflicting reports. So staff entered the room to spray. They turned on the lights and saw her there rolled up in the sheet. That person ran to management. Okay, it could have been the butler then. But the other, okay, let me just finish. That person, they didn't say the butler though. He ran to management where Joe already was. Then eventually Joe and management went to the room together. So that part is true. But the part about the charger, this is what they said. No one ever talked to Ashley about a charger. Wow. That's a lie. Ooh. No one spoke to Ashley in those final hours. There is cameras to reveal all of this, but he says Joe is a business partner in this hotel.
But here's the thing. So she's talking to somebody over in Zanzibar, right? How do we know they're telling the truth? How were they around to see all of this? Picture a resort or a hotel. You're going on vacation, right? When I come out the hotel room, when I'm on vacation, Miami, Las Vegas, you name it, Usually the hallway is empty. One person to walk down or hallway or whatever. Right? It's nobody at my rooms looking to see what everything that's happening in my room. So how do these people know everything of what happened? Is what I want to know. How could we trust these people? So this is going to be a hard one. This is going to be even harder than Shanquella. This is tough. The Shanquella case, we eventually got to see that video of her friend fighting her. We got to see some sort of footage. Let's listen.
Oh, and it'll never see the light of a day. It was a made-up story about the charger. I knew that didn't sound right. You remember I said, why would Ashley, first of all, we talking about a land of snakes and it's dark.
Right?
Black folks don't play that. We ain't going outside. We know we the first ones killed in the scary movies. Why would Ashley be roaming the tropics, the jungle at night looking for a charger? That don't even sound right. Because if you separated them like you say you did, then the charger, she has the primary room.
Were there
all of the things that she brought her should be in that room. Now,
that's another thing. I wish that too, Boom Lyco. That's a very good point and observation. You know what I'm saying? Because the guests, you know what I'm saying, 9 times out of 10 are from other countries. They ain't in Tanzania. If you visited from America, you got your freedom of speech, allegedly. You ain't in Tanzania going to a resort in Tanzania. You got a house in Tanzania. So those people from out of town should definitely come forward. Maybe one will. You know, loose lips sink ships. It's only a matter of time. You know, people can't hold water, Boom. Somebody gonna come out and spill something, right? But they said that these people that she's talking to are guests, but they not talking out loud. I don't know. They're not guests. They're locals, right? So she's speaking to the locals in Tanzania. So they probably getting word of mouth. 9 times out of 10, it's like he say, she said, oh yeah, I heard that they was in there and he put a sheet over her and he took her to like, you know, cha-cha-cha, chatty patty. So if the locals are talking to this woman, then they can't really come out and talk like that in public. But you're so right about that. The people who's the guests in the hotel, who probably is back in their country now, America, Europe, wherever, maybe even other parts of Africa. What's up, Lisa Dodd? Right? How come they ain't coming out and talking? Why ain't they talking? We want to hear from the guests. We don't want to hear from the locals. I want to hear from the person who was next door. I want to hear from the person who was in room 25 that was complaining about them fighting. Okay, the nighttime came. Then what else did you see? Did you see him bringing the body out in a sheet? What else you seen, lady or sir? I want to know. But I believe somebody's going to come out and say something, because loose lips always sinks those ships, baby. People can't hold water. Oh, I ain't going to tell nobody, girl. Oh, I don't even tell. They do this too. I don't even talk to nobody. You ever tell somebody a secret and you say, don't tell nobody, and they go, girl, I ain't going to tell nobody. I don't even talk to nobody. You don't talk to nobody? So how do you live? How do you live, ma'am, if you don't talk to anybody? Let's listen.
Now, if you said that you had put Ashley in Villa 65, that would make no sense for her to be trying to find her way to the front desk. But that don't make no sense to me. It never has. They said that's because it's a lie.
It's a lie.
When the hotel, all that, I'm going to come back and I was giving food and that's a lie.
Inquiring minds want to know, right?
They found Ashley when she was dead. When they went in that room to do their nightly rounds to spray for mosquitoes, and Joe had her wrapped up in there.
Wow.
Hold on. Let's continue. Then they go on to say, okay, no one ever talked to her about a charger. No one spoke to her in those final hours. There are cameras that caught all of this. that'll show you that none of that happened. But because he has a stake and shares in this resort, we're not going to see the footage. He also said.
So he's saying, they're saying that because he got shares in the resort, right? He's making sure that footage don't get out. See, this is when the police need to get involved. It's not about what you want, sir. It's about getting justice. What the F are you talking about? Why? He ain't going to talk to that family. Joe is going to make his best not to talk to nobody. I don't know how Joe is going to do business from this point. Because if I was ever come across to do business with him, I'll be like, I want to know what happened with Ashley before we even discuss the business. It ain't no business. Nobody's going to want to do business with that dude except for that creepy hotel owner in Zanzibar. Nobody's going to want to do doggone business with him. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know if he's the K-I-double-L-er or not. I don't want to do business with somebody that I don't know who's the K-I-double-L-er. Ella. I don't want to do business with nobody like that. Down the road, they found out you the K-I-double-L-er, and now everybody's coming from my neck because I'm doing business with you? No. So when how you going to do business? How you going to live? Like Boom 808 said that maybe he always planned not to come back to the States, because once he stepped foot on that soil, it's on and popping from the airport onto the front door of his house. The people on the plane, what happened to Ashley? What happened to Ashley? You get off the plane. What happened to Ashley? You go get something to eat. What happened to Ashley? Her family need to get the FBI involved. Her family need to get the FBI involved. You be scared to do business with them. One wrong move, right? Right? Wrong move. And he going to take you out. Why not? He got away with it before. When you get away with something, you tempted to do it again. You go in the store, and let's say you steal a $200 outfit, and you get it. You walk out scot-free. You like, ooh, you tempted to do it again. I don't steal, so I don't know. I'm not a booster, but I'm just saying the theory of the mind, the mindset. Let's listen.
Hotel may be closing any day now because of the bad press.
Oh, he closing
and
it down.
And also to make all of this go away.
And to get rid of the evidence.
Thank you, Trey. You said a content creator with no charger. That's a lie from the pits of hell. We knew that was a lie.
Yeah, a content creator with no charger.
We knew that was a lie.
That's unheard of.
A lie from the pits of hell. Oh, I saw her wandering around at night. She was asking for a charger out there in Africa. Child, you was a lie.
How many charges?
And y'all say it's so bad, y'all got to come in the room and spray mosquitoes. We don't even play. We don't even like mosquitoes over here in the good old U.S. of A. And I know your mosquitoes big as hell out there, like horseflies. You lying.
This is 2 out of 4 charges. I think I might get 5
charges. You have
charges.
to separate him from attacking her.
We ain't running out of battery.
And she gonna go outside and expose herself to danger. All over a charger. You're a liar. Watch this. Here we go. So they are suspecting that sooner or later, those people are about to shut this down. They are probably waiting for a big payday in order for it not to. That's regular practice here. So it seems like in order for the problem to go away, the officials are saying, you got to pay me or we're going to come in and shut it down. But Joe and the hotel are definitely in cahoots and not working with police at all. See, they think they can screw around the police. So I don't know if the commander didn't get his cut or he feels like he's been thrown under the bus, but the police/government and hotel both have the same motives to cover up. But as of now, Joe is not off the hook because they're pissed off at him. He's in jail with the locals, shitting in a bucket, eating beans and bread. That's what they're saying.
Eating beans and bread.
And at the hospital and hotel, Joe presented himself as her husband. He lied. Watch this.
Whoa.
So all of the things, her personal items, are in his possession,
Oh no,
being held and hidden with the hotel staff.
wow.
That's why the parents said get it back. I told y'all that. The open book. Thank you for the super chat. You said thank you for all of your hard work. I knew he was at the hospital, and y'all kept saying, well, why would they not get the sweetheart? When you go to the hospital and you're in distress, they gonna rip you. When my brother went into cardiac arrest, they cut off his clothes, honey, to save his life. They will cut you up out your clothes. They gonna take off everything. Watch this. What I believe is true, she was wrapped in a sheet or a blanket. She didn't have on that damn engagement ring.
Oh yeah, they got that ring. They took that ring.
He took it before they went to that hospital. You remember how it was funny in that police report where it says Ashley was wearing her ring? Now why you make it a point to say that? He took it. I think she was naked when she was transported to that hospital. That means the ring did not come in with her. And plus, even if the ring came in with her, watch this, the way the hospitals work in emergencies, we got an emergency, right? We're going to administer life-saving techniques. You're going to strip that patient of everything because they can't have that on. And who do you give it to? The loved one, the doting and the loving husband. He has everything. Even if she had the ring on, which I don't think he did, she did. Even if she had the ring on, they gave it to him, you all. The ring don't go to the morgue. Do you understand me? So sometimes when I see y'all commenting on social media, why would the morgue not return the ring? The ring never made it to the morgue.
Wow. See?
All of that shit is handed off to loved ones before the body is ever, unless she came in dead. Watch this. Thank you. In a plastic bag with the drawstring. That's what they do to your clothes, and they put it in a cubby hole. They sure do. Now, some more of the sophisticated and modernized hospitals have a cubby hole with a combination thing. Well, they'll lock it up for you. They gave it. Thank you. They tell me, oh, he went to the morgue. No, personal items don't make it to the morgue. They refrigerate you, put a sheet over you. There is nothing. Watch this. So now the police and the government are pissed off because they're being cut out, and they feel like they're being set up for failure, and they didn't get their due diligence. But he is in jail, allegedly. Let me just keep saying all of this is allegedly. So he presented himself.
So now I'm kind of confused. Jail or questioning? Because 1 minute they said he's in for questioning still, and the next minute they say he's in jail, pooping in a butt and eating beans and rice and bread. So I don't understand, because my mind, they question you and they send you home almost the same day. Questioning don't last for no 2 days, very rarely, unless the case is that complicated. So why is they keeping Joe for almost a month? You know what I'm saying? He might be locked up over there. I don't know.
To the hospital as her husband. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Let me keep saying allegedly because I was not there. Joe took her to the clinic in one of his personal vans, but she was already dead.
Damn.
That's what they said. He was wrapped up. They said the paperwork he obtained was forged or faked to look like she was alive. You remember we had the cardiac nurses? That don't make no sense. They came up here and said that's not true. Why would they not do A, B, and C if she was alive? How come they didn't clear her airways and focus on her getting breath and oxygen to her brain? That nurse was right. She was dead.
Oh.
The source said he paid to get them to fake the paperwork, but as you can see, they couldn't really fake it too much.
True Supporter is here. What's up, True Supporter? Everybody, welcome to my room. I see you, Mr. I don't know if I could say that name because we're over here on the clock, but Mr. Perker Dishes 30-ish. What's up with you, Lady Wellness? How's everybody doing? Sure, we're in here with Miss Knockout. We're doing hot topics. Uh-oh. Where did I go to? I'm like, where did I go to? Okay, let's get back in it, y'all. Let's get back in it. She was getting ready to get to the good part, y'all. Okay, let's get back in it. The commercials want to come on, y'all. It's the commercials. All right, everybody continue tapping. Welcome to the Miss Knockout Show. We still rocking and rolling. We still on the YouTube, the Tubesy, and all platforms.
Thousands of women have reversed hair loss in 3 to 9 months thanks to minoxidil. Introducing the Minoxidil Plus Biotin Gummy through Hers.
All right, let's get back in it.
Strong post.
Charlene said in the interview,
she said, what the,
remember,
she said, what the hell does that mean?
In my life
okay,
anymore.
If her post was so strong,
he did.
how come you didn't get her
he did say that.
Airways cleared to preserve oxygen to the brain? That's the first thing you do, because they lie. Watch this. And you remember the nurse said, what the hell does strong post mean? Was it one something over what? You didn't even document what that is. They said he paid them to fake the paperwork, right? What? But she had been dead for hours before even taking her there. She was dead in a hotel. Then he personally drove her to the big main hospital after the first hospital. And then the big main hospital is where she was pronounced dead for real. Wow. No ambulance or police have been notified at this point. Wow. And that's why the hotel made the freaking call. Wow. Remember, we kept saying, why in the hell would the resort call and say that the daughter is dead? That ain't your damn place.
Right?
Why would and y'all, oh, because of this. Listen, that is not protocol. That's why the resort made the call and not the hospital or the law enforcement officials. They were brought in late.
I believe that the resort made the call because he's part ownership in the resort, and he told them what to do, because she's right. Ordinarily, a resort, like imagine you go to a hotel and you're unalive. The hotel don't call your people and say you're unalive. That's not protocol. That dude Joe allegedly paid that resort to tell the mother and the father that she was unalive for whatever reason. This is just a disgrace. Disgraceful.
That's why Joe called after. You remember the mama said the hotel called me first, and then Joe called me. They had to get the lie together. So the hotel called first, and then she said that Joe said Ashley on her way to the hospital, she did something to herself. Didn't that sound crazy to y'all? And everything's all alleged because I wasn't there. So let me just say alleged.
11
and this
hours.
is coming from a source that is right there. That they're going to remain anonymous. They do not have the freedom of speaking out like we do here in the U.S. of A. He drove her to the big hospital. At this point, the ambulance or the police had not been notified.
See?
And then they go back and say, remember in the first report, that fake report, and it said the body was cold and she was simply wrapped in a blanket? That's why. Literally, there was nothing they can do for her. You remember the nurse that came on? That's an ICU cardiovascular nurse. She said, why the hell would they put a blanket on her? Joe did that. Joe did that.
Wow.
Allegedly. It was nothing they could do for her. That's why they didn't try to preserve her earwax.
Hey, Carol.
She was gone. There was nothing they could do.
Damn.
If you struggle with getting your hair to grow,
all right, everybody,
this product right here is one that is.
We're going over the Ashley Janae's case. Everybody, come on in.
And lather for one.
Get some data on it.
Scalp and hair balm, and it smells so
good. The Met Gala is starting this evening.
I
think it starts at 6
in my hair, and I just been putting it like in my roots, and then kind of like going through the little bit of hair I had.
So we're gonna come back with the red carpet of the Met Gala.
And guys, look at that. Like I had.
We're gonna come back. I mean, we don't exactly have to come back 6. You know, we can always watch it.
Hour at the gym. If you are
and catch up.
45, you only need 10 minutes a day to lose weight without.
Because it's almost 6 o'clock now.
CRN. Thank you.
Come on in, yo.
CRN. Shout out to you. You said I need to know what time Ashley called her mom and why her mom no longer saying anything. Who knows? That's a good question. We all want to know. Why did they go get that stuff? And the family never, well, he's in jail.
Well, I believe because they dealing with lawyers now. They dealing with people. I'm sure everybody and their mother reached out to him. Al Sharpton probably got his hot comb and called him. You know what I'm saying? $140K. Oh, we ain't going nowhere yet, Q-Mar. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to get $200K. Okay? Yeah. So, you know, the parents probably ain't speaking out no more because he you know, the parents probably got with lawyers. When you get with lawyers, the first thing they tell you is shut the F up because you're going to hurt the case. Coming out and say, oh, I know this, I know that. Oh, we found this, we found that. Right? And now Joe McCann is making moves over there covering up stuff because you telling them stuff. So now you got to shut the F up. Because if she gets counsel and a private, she needs to hire a private investigator too. They need to hire a private investigator. Because the private investigator and get involved in law enforcement to get in those phones that he's holding. They can get in there. They don't need the phones. He can keep the phones. All they got to do is contact the company and they can find out whatever they want to find out. Okay, Joe? We can find out what's in those phones, sir. So if they smart, they'll get with a lawyer and a private investigator.
Apparently. Because now the police commander is like, you're not taking me down with you. But here's the crazy part. They're still saying it's a suicide, but the investigation is still ongoing. They won't let him go because they know he did it, allegedly. They're just trying to figure out either the payday has got to be paid, the price has to be right, or you staying in here.
See,
I thought he had already left because they made it very clear initially he is being held until pending results of the autopsy are released. Now, here's the thing.
What?
I said he's home because they finished the autopsy on the 14th, right? And they're saying suicide. That she took her own life. But they did not want to give the autopsy results to the parents. So as a result, they had to get a second autopsy, an independent one conducted. But Zanzibar, what I'm being told is they're saying, he can't go nowhere. Now, look, does it make sense for you to hold an innocent man if the young lady actually took her life?
Hey,
either
Carol.
way, it's conflicting reports between what the police authorities are saying and how Joe's been treated. Because why would you hold an innocent man? If you're for sure, she took her life, he should have been home.
Right, exactly. If it was
Let me
suicide,
continue.
he should have been out, right?
Okay. So that's why the first hospital, they couldn't do nothing for her. She was dead.
I feel like the police isn't exactly on his side. I feel like he's paying off, allegedly, the hotel and any workers or whoever that's standing in the way. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the police is not getting everything they need to see what's what because of that. Because he's doing the payola thing. He over there.
So he drove her to the second hospital. I don't know why. Wow. Joe is in custody. The police quickly said suicide because they do not play about their tourism money. Okay, there we go. At all. So they are attempting to cover it big time by withholding info. So in one instance, what the source is saying, they do have to protect the tourism economy. But they know Joe did it, and they're trying to hold him accountable there's still some questions around that. Because how do I hold him accountable without drawing too much global attention to the death at a resort? With a powerful businessman and also one that owns it. So it sounds like Zanzibar is in a pickle.
In a pickle.
Thank you, Daphne, for the $10 super chat. You says, can't the family have another autopsy? They are doing, they're having that done right now. They probably should have already had it done. Or received the
to make it sound look good. I could believe it, Shalane. Make it sense.
You said the medical examiner who had, that's why. Okay, now we're going to go back and look at the first report. So you remember, they left a trace. The first hospital staff left a trace that he was lying. So even if they accepted a bribe, they still left a little bit of room to get out of it. Remember, they said the husband said she did this to herself, and he found her like this. He was in the room with her when she died. And they put question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. We're gonna review that. That was at the first one. That was at the first hospital. The second hospital may not have been viable. And what I'm saying, they said, we ain't saying shit. We just gonna say she dead. That's it. We can't make up no report. She's gone. We can pronounce her dead. That's about all we can do. You can pay us to do that, but we're not getting involved. That's what the second hospital said. We're not, You've had this body too long. There's no way we can corroborate your story, even if we wanted to. This girl has been dead for hours. We cannot. And the only thing we can say is we can pronounce her dead. Yes, you can say you transported her from there to here, and that's it.
Wow.
But we can't do anything else. And you guys, that's what happened. Allegedly. Now that makes more sense to me than she was out in the dark and we separated her and she was looking for a phone charger. Now they did say they believe there may be an opportunity, there is a possibility that they've taken money from him to keep quiet, but they're making him pay with time for the crime. So it sounds like everybody's crooked.
Damn.
Yeah, we can help you. We can help you, but I don't think I think what happened is we are what happened. I think the good old American public.
And I believe everybody's crooked too, because they're taking money from him. But if somebody comes from the other side and say, no, we want you to give us those tapes, and they got enough money, they're going to get the tapes. Somebody's going to go get those tapes for a cool couple of $20,000, please.
Is what happened. And they underestimated the amount of questions and concerns that we would have over a Black girl. I think they probably thought, no, okay, so far, I don't think they realize how smart we are and how you can't just tell us anything and say case closed.
Right. We ain't buying it.
I don't think they expected us to say, where's the timeline? Well, why would you not do this? Okay, if she had a strong pulse, how come you didn't open up her airways or preserve her airway? How come you didn't get oxygen to the brain? How come this and this and that? Where's the tapes? Show me that. Now, why on the 8th of April would they be more concerned than the 4th, 5th, 6th, 3rd, the 7th of April? What is it about the 8th of April that made Villa 25 say, something is really bad? There's clues. Watch this. There are people who I believe left clues, because in one of the reports, somebody said they were concerned for Ashley. But remember, you can't be telling and snitching over there. But if you put it in the report well enough, you kind of save your own butt. I'm going to pull all of that up. They said, you can't put anything past these people all the way up to the president. They simply be waiting for a big payday. So it sounds like Joe has not been able to come up with whatever amount of money they're asking for. Everyone on the island knows he killed her, but it's the first time. Hold on. Hold on. Everyone on the island knows he killed her.
She reading stuff from the locals, y'all. She reading the stuff from the locals.
But nobody was willing to talk because they understand the repercussions of talking. So it's hush, hush.
Hush,
and
hush,
it sounds like until he can come up with whatever the price is, he's not going anywhere.
Oh.
Because Zanzibar isn't willing to take the fall. Even though they're telling us suicide, he's still there because they know he did it. And if he can pay to get out, then he can go. And if not,
bribery.
I feel like they're trying to figure out how do we clean up our story so that we don't implicate ourselves as being an accessory to a crime.
So, Cairo? I could believe it.
Whew. What questions do you have? Do you want me to go back to the first police, the report or the first notes? Or do y'all feel like you got it? Everybody feel like they're caught up? Are there any questions? Because that's basically all I have. I'm shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm shocked.
Okay, so she said that's all she got. So everybody, this is where we at with it. Right? So now the funeral is tomorrow. The funeral is tomorrow. Right? What time does the Met Gala start, y'all? What time does the Met Gala start? Does anybody know? Let me look it up. Let's see. Because I wanna get back on here and do at 6. At 6. So does it start at 6? What time? Okay, I need to know what time the red carpet starts, right? That's what I should be asking. What time does the red carpet start? Okay, let's ask that question. Hold on. Let's see. What time does the red carpet start for the Met Gala? Because we're going to come back and we're going to go and watch the Met Gala and loosen up and have some fun. I'll be on the B app. The clock. I don't know if I'm going to come on all the other apps. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I will. You know what I'm saying? But I got to control it because until I get my computer, my new computer, stuff won't play on the replay. It keeps stopping and lagging. But I could keep stopping it and showing the pictures. I could keep showing the pictures, like stopping it and showing the pictures as they're talking about it. I don't know. Okay, so the official live stream and full red carpet coverage kicks off at 6 p.m. Okay, so it kicks off at 6 p.m. All right, so yeah. So y'all, who wants to see the Met Gala? Who would want to see the Met Gala? Anybody? So we come back and do the Met Gala, right? The B app. The B to the I to the G to the O, Rev. B to the I to the G to the OZs. We over there. Wasn't you on? You was on there with me at one time, right? Didn't we go over there? Oh, no. I could have sworn we went over there a long time, while ago. Or was that another app? Was it the B app or was it another app? That we was up there on the panel. Remember we was on the panel? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I want to come back on the other platforms, but until I get my new computer, when I play, I have to show pictures. When I show the playback, it doesn't go. You know what I'm saying? But maybe I don't know. We could try it. We could try it. Maybe I could do it from no. It's not gonna work from my phone because I gotta pull the footage up. I gotta pull the footage up. But I think on Y to the Tubesy, you gotta be careful showing those replays too. That's really, I don't know how it works. I show replays all the time. They don't do nothing, but it keeps stopping and going because I gotta get a computer with more RAM. Yes, I'll be watching. You be watching also, yeah. But here we can show it. You know what I'm saying? So look, we getting ready to end the show right now. It's for 3:00. So I got just enough time to come back at 6, okay? And we'll come back and we'll do the red carpet. When we come back, we'll be on the B app and we'll be over here on the clock. All right, we'll come back and we'll watch the red carpet, and we'll see all the fabulous outfits. What's the theme for this year? Let's see what the theme for this year is. What's the Met Gala theme for this year? Let's see. Costume art. Fashion is art. So it's costume art, fashion is art. So you know they're gonna go crazy with it. Right? I know I can't wait to see Tiana Taylor, what she got on. Okay, who else? Who y'all want to see at the red carpet? I heard Nicki Minaj is not invited this year. Let me see. Let's see. Is Nicki Minaj going to the Met Gala this year? I asked her like that. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know, but I heard word on the curb is that they blacklisted her from the red carpet because she can't be in so many feet of somebody. I forgot how it went. But it's somebody that she can't be around. I don't know. I don't think it's Cardi B. I think it's somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That she can't really be around. I don't know. But we'll see. She might pop up and be like, y'all lied. Y'all lied. All right? Or when you said the Met Gala, she was the first person that came to mind. I know, right? She always looks so fabulous. And Cardi B. Well, Cardi B been going with Nicki going. I mean, they had a problem that one year, but the following years, both of them been going. It's somebody else, but I can't remember. I can't remember who the wait. Listen, is Nicki Minaj blacklisted from the Met Gala this year? Okay, listen. Let's see. So, based on reports as of early this year, Nicki Minaj is reportedly not attending the 2026 Met Gala after being banned or shut out. Sources suggest her exclusion stems from the politically charged, loud comments and her alignment with certain political figures and ongoing industry tensions. Oh, it might be Jay-Z. Oh, yes. It's Jay-Z and Beyonce. Allegedly. That's what it is, y'all. Right? It's Jay-Z and Beyonce. Okay, I heard that they had a funeral for her. I wonder if it's been she's been blackballed, Nicki. They had a funeral for who, Cairo? They had a funeral for you. Yeah, I remember now. They said it's Jay-Z and Beyonce because she been going in on Jay-Z. And they got a restraining order against them. Yes, they showed Nicki Minaj that they made an obituary for her. Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, I think I seen that. Yeah, it was like a little thing that they made. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, but you don't hear Nicki talking about too much political stuff now. I feel like Nicki Minaj want to free that brother who's in jail for being a pedicure. Okay. And he's going to jail for a long, long time. And I feel like this is this is the only way of him getting out. Because, they don't like pedicures. And this is the only way. I've seen that yesterday. I forgot which platform it was on. Wow. Yeah, Beyonce is on the board of the Met Gala. See? Oh, yeah, so she's out. She is out. I wonder, is Megan Thee Stallion going? You know what I'm saying? I feel so bad for Megan and stuff. Another thing I didn't know is I didn't know that Klay Thompson was Tory Lane's friend. Did y'all know that? They said Klay Thompson was cool with Tory Lanez. They was good friends. Wow. I could never. Once you say you Tory Lanez good friends, then I don't need to be dating you. Yes, I was going to say the same thing. I feel so bad for Megan, like these men really never, right? They've been really trashing her lately. Yeah. No, it's not. I'm a basketball fan. You a basketball fan? Yeah. No, he's not. Oh, he's not. Oh, so that's a lie. See, Charlene said I'm a basketball fan. Yeah, somebody saying that he's Tory Lane's friend. I was like, huh? I never heard that before. People be saying any and everything. You got to really do your homework these days. All right, y'all. So listen, I like Meg, and Nicki Minaj is should be able to support who she want to support. She should support who she want to support. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people don't align with it. That's why I feel like artists, musicians, actors, because a lot of actors, you notice, they don't get involved in politics. I feel like actors and musicians, thank you, Star, I feel like they shouldn't get involved with politics. That's how I feel. Just like 50 Cent said, that Trump invited him to perform Many Men, and he said, oh, no, because he said he's doing too many business deals, and somebody jump up and don't like a man that starts with the T, and it's on and popping. Now you losing deals, right? What's up, DJ? What is up? I see DJ Gaddafi over here before. I gotta hit him up on IG. They sent him my new record. Gaddafi, right? Cardi B knows a little politics. Yeah, but she wasn't going crazy with it. It seemed like she was on, promoting Kamala. She went up there and spoke. Nobody don't bother you, it seems like, when you go up with the Democrats. Nobody bothers you. But when you go up on that Republican side, baby, when you go up there and stand with Trump, ooh. All right. So we'll be back, everybody. All right. Thank you for coming to the Miss Knockout Show. This is for YouTube. All right. I will see y'all early tomorrow. I'll see you tonight. And we will come back with more hot topics. Everybody, thank you for the show. Watch the replay back and give this video a thumbs up. Thank you, everybody who stuck around. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow. All right? Peace, y'all.
It's the Miss Knockout Show on the airwaves. So like, if I share, if I bless, if I the flow. It's the Miss Knockout Show. Now you already know. Hot topics, music, info, and more. If you ain't tapped in, what you came here for? MKO got the vibe, that's a full takeover. From beats to biz talk, yeah, the queen stay in clover. Trending every lane, I'm the glow you can't block. When I drop gems, whole chat go shock. We don't do brokeify, now we amplify. Stay blessed if I let the energy fly. Hit that tapify, keep it all in the flow. Cause it's the Miss Knockout Show. Knockout Show, hot topics, beats and the glow. You rockin' with Miss Knockout. Let's go. Let's fight, let's fight.